Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
The Duke She Desires by Violet Hammers. Prologue. Siege of Detroit, 1812. "Get ready, men," Major Brock shouted, turning back toward Peter Cadden and the other men standing near the cannon. Brock's voice was always deeper in Peter's dreams than in real life. The man was taller, toothed, even more imposing than he was in real life. Peter wasn't sure why his mind altered the Major. Perhaps to make the previous events more dramatic. The battle needs no more drama, he always thought upon waking. It was enough of a tragedy on its own. In his dreamscape, Peter watched the scene from above, providing a view of himself. It had shocked him, the first time he dreamed in this way. It felt like he was helpless as he watched the tragedy unfold, unable to stop it. But after 6 weeks of this dream night after night, he had grown used to his role as the silent narrator. He watched himself now as he turned to look at the faces of the men with whom he had spent so much of the last few months. In the dream, their faces were blurred, but he knew them by their hair color, their stature, the way they held themselves up to their fullest height. There was Benny, short and white blonde, the youngest of them but also the strongest. And Quentin, tall and lanky and always doubting himself, even though he was one of the Royal Artillery's best shooters. Aloysius was broad and silent, though Peter knew the man always opened up when he had a few shots of whiskey in him. There were 12 of them in all. Peter knew some better than others, but he would trust all of them with his life, and did so often, in every battle they entered. This was their third. There had been the capture of Fort McKinley, and the Boston riots before that. Though he had only been a member of the Royal Artillery going on 8 months, Peter already knew that these were to be his happiest, most fulfilling moments in life. Whatever came afterward, he would never feel more useful to his country than he did when manning the cannon in the midst of a battle to ensure that America did not try to take over more land. Peter and his team had often spoke of the inherent arrogance that seemed to spread like a disease among Americans. It was something that bonded them, this hatred for the newly independent nation. And it had encouraged them, as well, providing them energy and strength to keep fighting the Yanks when it would have been so much easier to just give up and go home. Quentin muttered a curse about the Americans now. And as Peter watched himself laugh in the dream, he heard himself laugh outside it as well. The laugh breaking through the barrier between sleeping life and waking life. His chuckles ringing out in the silence of his chambers. He had never been one to make noises in his sleep before the war. But now he talked, laughed, and cried out, often all in one night. It was the only time he was ever truly loud. It was the only time he was actually able to express how he felt. And he always heard it. That echo that transcended the boundaries of consciousness. It never failed to shock him. But it also never woke him up. God, but I wish it would, he often thought. If he woke, then he could skip the next part of his dream. The part where it all went wrong. Quentin and the rest of the men continued to man the cannon as they derided their opponents. Shots were fired in their direction, and the officers of the artillery responded in kind as quickly as they could. The shots were mostly unnoticed. The team too occupied with priming the cannon, fetching the gunpowder and providing the rounds. They all worked so seamlessly. Peter often thought it was like a dance, each man playing his part with grace and accuracy. His gaze fell to his own legs, as it often did, marveling at their ability to straighten and bend. All those little movements he had taken for granted before nearly brought him to tears now. Peter saw his legs flinch with readiness as Brock looked back and shouted for them to ready the cannon for firing again. The team moved into position, focused entirely on the cannon. Their sense of touch was finely tuned to the piece of machinery, making up for the darkness and cacophony of sound that rendered them nearly blind and deaf for most of the battle. He hadn't needed to see or hear what was going on. It was his hands that did the work. And they knew the cannon so well. Knew every divot in the rough iron chamber like the contours of a lover's body. Even now, out of battle for weeks and far away from it all, he swore he could still feel the heat of the metal on his hands sometimes. When he grew lost in daydreams of another reality. Another life. In this reality, in his dream, he watched himself waiting for Brock's signal. His body tensed with anticipation. Fire. Excitement pumping through his veins. He saw himself light the match and touch it to the vent, setting off the chain of reactions that resulted in the boom of a cannon releasing its iron ball straight into the fray, where it would hopefully hit at least a few Americans, lessening their numbers and making them that much easier to beat. He saw the smile form on his face, knowing that at that moment he was thinking of victory, practically tasting it as he watched the gunners clean the piece and repack it with gunpowder. Peter remembered how confident Brock had been that morning when they began the bombardment. The rear of Fort Detroit was weak, and with the Shawnee Indians' help, Brock was hopeful that they would have the Americans surrendering within days. They did surrender, but Peter wasn't there to see it happen. He never got to celebrate. Not in real life, nor in his dreams. Peter. Prepare to fire. Brock said, and Peter once again saw himself ready the match. He turned to look at Brock. But Peter saw his dream self falter. Something had hit his left leg. A small little pellet of a bullet no larger than the top half of his thumb. Surely something so small could not send him to his knees. But it did. He marveled at that every time. The way a bullet hundreds of times smaller than himself could make him genuflect. Peter watched himself fall, hitting his head on the cannon's base as he collapsed onto the ground. His team, his men, those who he had called friends, those he had looked up to and those who had looked up to him, didn't notice for a moment. They were trained on the cannonball as it leapt from its home into the air. But when they saw him, they rushed to his aid. It was then that Peter usually woke up, torn away from the past and thrown rudely back into the present. This same process had occurred every night for the last month and a half. He fell, his men lifted him up and carried him away. And then his eyes opened and returned to his new life. One that was so very altered. And every time he woke, his eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness, his mind struggling to adjust to the numbness of the lower half of his body. Only one thought ran through his head as his eyes adjusted to the darkness all around him. I wish they had left me for dead. Chapter 1. Good morning, my lord, and a fine one it is indeed. The sun is shining, the birds are out, and the tallest oak tree in the garden has just begun to change its leaves. Why didn't I take you out there later, to admire it? Stevens asked as he pushed open the door to Peter's room with his shoulder. In his hands was a tray piled high with delicacies of every sort. There was bread so fresh that Peter could still smell the faint scent of baked yeast coming off of it. There was cocoa, tea, shortbread biscuits, and tea cakes with butter already spread on them and slowly melting into the studs of dried fruit that littered the cakes on all sides. On another plate sat 3 rashers of bacon, 2 sausages, and a pile of coddled eggs big enough to feed a family of 5 growing boys with ravenous appetites. It was, in short, a feast meant for a king. And Peter didn't want to eat a single bite of it. Stevens, having been his butler for some years now, sensed this, and dropped his affable expression in favor of the stern one for which he was so well known, and which kept the rest of the household staff in line. You must eat, your grace. You must. For your recovery, and, if I may be so bold, for cook's sanity. She has cried 3 days in a row now, your grace. You of all people know how hard she takes it when people refuse her food. If you do not eat all of this, I will be forced to. And you know how I feel about tea cakes. Indeed, I do. Peter conceded, pulling himself up by the strength of his arms until he was sitting more comfortably against his pillows. However, disregarding your prejudices toward the north of this country and their baked goods. This is a veritable feast. King Henry VIII would no doubt have wept at the sight of it, gout be damned. So please, Stevens, I beg of you, leave me the toast and take the rest of it away. Give it to one of the footmen if you must. They're growing lads. No doubt they'll celebrate the sight of so many edible delights. Peter was doing his best to say all this in as cheerful a tone as possible. But he was already weary. And he had only been up an hour and a half. Of course, most of that time had been spent staring at the intricate carvings on his ceiling and wishing for death. But despondency did take it out of a gentleman. Particularly a gentleman in his condition. But your grace. Stevens started, advancing with a tray. As though the scent of all the food might change Peter's mind. But Peter knew what the butler was up to. He'd known Stevens for most of his life. Stop, he ordered, all friendliness gone from his tone as he glared at the tall, middle-aged man before him. To his credit, Stevens did so, stopping so abruptly that the teacup balanced on the tray wobbled, sloshing liquid over the rim and filling the saucer below it with pale brown liquid. Leave me the toast, and give the rest of the food to the footman. I do not care where or when they eat it. I just want it eaten. I will not have cook crying. But nor will I stuff myself with a feast of such proportions when I have no need or desire to, he said. Or when I do not deserve it, he added privately to himself. As you wish, your grace, Stevens said with a disapproving frown. I will send James in to help you get dressed in 15 minutes. I assume that should give you sufficient time for your toast eating, he said, spitting out the last two words like toast eating was the vilest of activities, meant only for the scoundrels and scroungers of the world, rather than something that nearly every British person partook in each morning. Thank you, Stevens. You may go now, Peter stated, no longer looking at Stevens as the butler placed the plate of toast in front of him on the wine-red coverlet. Peter was about to tell him to leave the jam on the tray, that he needed only butter. But Stevens slammed the small bowl of jam onto the table next to Peter's bed before he had the chance even to open his mouth. He decided that, upon reflection, he would be better off just dealing with the presence of the jam. It was clear that Stevens was at his wit's end, and Peter did not want to push him further. When the door to his chambers was shut and he was once again alone, Peter exhaled a deep, frustrated breath and began buttering his toast, attacking the piece of bread with such violent motions that he actually pierced through it, scraping his knife across the porcelain plate, and making a truly horrible sound. He took only the smallest spoon of the jam from the bowl at his side. The toast barely changed color when he was done spreading it. The spread jam was a depressing pale pink when compared to the vibrant magenta of the jam in its bowl. Peter frowned, wishing he could spread more, wishing he could empty the whole of the bowl of jam onto his plate and spoon the saccharinely sweet stuff directly into his mouth. But he could not. He knew if he allowed himself this indulgence, more would follow. Suddenly, all those cravings for rich foods that he managed to hold at bay each day would come out with a force he would not be able to detain. And he must detain them. Rich foods were for hale and hearty gentlemen who went about their days attending to business, strolling about their fields and generally being useful. Whereas Peter spent nearly every hour of his day supine, dependent on others to move him where he wanted, to attend to his needs. He didn't deserve such delicacies. He would not allow himself them. It was nothing short of humiliating to live like this. People had often remarked that he had enough energy for 3 gentlemen, able to accomplish in an afternoon what most did in 2 days. Now he was an invalid. It was a transformation Peter could not stomach, no matter how much time he had to adapt to it. The injuries to his leg had shrunk his world to a very small thing, indeed. He relied on people for nearly everything. He could not walk on his own, and had to be carried anywhere he wanted to go. He could not even dress himself, unable to even touch the lame appendages that now served as his lower half. They mocked him, looking so normal from the outside. His legs looked exactly as they had always looked, bar a slight loss in muscle tone due to his inactivity. But they did not move. Not unless someone moved them. And Peter couldn't bear it himself. He hated them. They had ruined his life. With every passing day, Peter could feel shame descending upon the centuries-old dukedom that he had inherited from his now-deceased father. The Dukes of Kingwood had always been the strongest of fellows, winning every argument they entered into in Parliament, protecting their tenants and workers, providing for their families. Peter had promised his father on the old gentleman's deathbed that he would continue the legacy, but he was unable to do so now. An invalid could not be a duke. A coward could not be a duke. And I am both of those, Peter reminded himself daily. Of course, he couldn't step down. It was impossible. No, instead, he was destined to a life of letting his solicitor manage the affairs he ought to be handling, while he convalesced in bed and let all those idiotic physicians from all over England and the continent take a look at him and pronounce his condition. Very strange indeed. Though only Peter's right leg had received the gunshot wound to the calf muscle, both his legs were immobile. It was what some physicians termed a nervous condition, which made Peter think more of blubbering old biddies in Bedlam than dukes of the ton, though the physicians assured him the condition could afflict anyone. The wounds are in your mind, Your Grace. The calf muscle was torn, indeed, but it has recovered remarkably. You ought to have retained full movement of the leg. And indeed, tests show this to be the case. But since you still cannot move either appendage, it must be in the mind. And the cure for such an illness is far more complicated than that of a gunshot wound. These were the words of the last physician, who Peter had thrown out on his backside seconds after he finished his speech. Peter knew it wasn't in his mind. His legs didn't work. He had tried to move them many times in the last few weeks, but they never budged from their straight, slack position. His knees could be bent if he was in a sitting position, but it was a painful process that took both Peter and Stevens to complete. No, his legs didn't work. It was his legs, not his mind. His mind, whether fortunate or not, was still entirely in working order. The injury hadn't affected it at all. After an hour's rumination on this and other similarly melancholic subjects, Peter was thoroughly depressed. James had come to dress him, and Peter was stationed in an armchair by the fire, reading The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire, a book so thoroughly boring that Peter often fantasized about using it as fuel for the fire rather than as reading material. He was bored out of his skull, and considering ringing for tea just to have something to do, when he heard the familiar, high-pitched voice of Lady Magdalen Stewart. And suddenly, the Roman Empire seemed rather appealing. This feeling grew even more pronounced when Stevens threw open the door to the drawing-room a mere minute later and declared that Peter's betrothed had arrived, and they would both be adjourning to the garden to see the oak tree Stevens had so raved about. "I do not wish to go," Peter grumbled as Stevens lifted him capably into his arms and began to walk toward the morning room, a side door of which opened onto the expansive garden of the North London estate. "I am afraid there is not much to be done about that, Your Grace. Lady Magdalen is here, and I do not think she will leave until she sees you. You know how persistent your betrothed can be," Stevens said, not even out of breath despite carrying a 10-stone duke in his arms. Peter envied his butler his strength, though he had lost a few stone in the last few weeks. So Stevens's job was considerably easier than it would have been before he returned home. Of course, back then, he didn't need to be carried. He was perfectly capable of moving his own body about the house. Ah, those were the days. They entered the garden to find Lady Magdalen already settled in one of the iron chaise lounges that populated the brick-covered patio bordering the back of the manse. To one side were tall oak trees bursting with autumnal colors, and to the other there was a small hedgerow that served as a border between the Duke's estate and that of another member of the ton next door, Horatio Hodge, Earl of Lifton. Peter! Lady Magdalen exclaimed as Stevens gingerly deposited Peter in the lounge directly next to Lady Magdalen. She jumped out of her seat and came over to him, kissing him chastely on the cheek and taking his hand in hers. Her palm was warm and smooth and her movements gave off the faintest whiff of lilac, a scent that Peter associated particularly with Lady Magdalen. "Peter, it is so lovely to see you outside. You look so well in the sunshine," she continued, brushing her hand across his jaw before crouching down next to him, her dress skirting the bricks below them, which were still wet from the previous night's rain. He wanted to tell her to get up and go back to her lounge rather than risk ruining her dress, but he knew she would brush off the suggestion with some comment about how her dress was of no importance compared to her love. As Lady Magdalen ran her hand up and down the rough whiskers of his jaw, Peter tried not to shrink back from her touch. Such sentiments never failed to make Peter feel a bit queasy. He generally liked Lady Magdalene's effusive nature, but he detested when she doted on him. It made him feel even weaker, even less capable than he already felt. The war had changed many things about him, but excepting his legs, the most marked change was his aversion to touch. He hated having his bare skin touched, especially by Lady Magdalen, who seemed to do it with alarming frequency, as though she thought it would calm him. It served to do the exact opposite, but of course he could not tell her this. He still hadn't forgotten the tears she had wept that first day she visited him after he had returned home. She had tried to smooth his brow, and Peter had barked at her to get away. She had burst into tears and had been inconsolable for a good hour. "If I may be so bold, Your Grace, might I suggest refraining from such outbursts? Lady Magdalen is a sensitive creature, and I suspect she will not understand your aversions to touch, no matter how you try to explain it," Stevens had suggested. Since then, Peter had perfected the grateful smile in return for Lady Magdalene's caresses and touches. A smile that came with an inward cringe so forceful Peter could feel it curling his stomach into a knot each time it occurred. Still, he smiled at the lady in front of him, who was staring into his eyes with the same affection and devotion with which she had shown the night he proposed what felt like years ago. It had, in fact, only been 4 months ago. But Peter had been so changed, so affected, that it felt like a lifetime since he had been excited to wed himself to this lady. Nothing excited him anymore, least of all the idea of tying himself to Lady Magdalen Stewart for all eternity. She deserved better than him. He could never be the husband she deserved now, and he wished every single time she visited that this would be the day that she realized he would never return to his old self. He would remain a miserable, self-pitying sod for the rest of his life, and there was nothing she or anyone else could do about it. "It's good to see you, my love," he said to Lady Magdalen, squeezing her hand. "But please, sit," he implored, gesturing toward the lounge. Lady Magdalen rolled her eyes and harumphed, but did so, climbing back into her lounge but keeping her fingers intertwined with Peter's. For a while, both of them sat in silence, admiring the autumnal foliage to their left, the leaves sparkling under the sunshine of an unusually cloudless day. Peter's nerves, which were always heightened when Lady Magdalen was around, were just beginning to settle when she spoke, and her words shattered whatever calm he had within him. "I have another physician for you to see, dear, and I do think this one will do the trick. Hattie Featherington told me her brother's best friend's cousin used him to heal the nervous condition she developed after the birth of her 4th child. He's said to work absolute miracles. I've sent off a letter to him and I expect I should receive word back soon," she said, looking over and giving Peter a smile that said, "See? Look what a good wife I am to you already, for all that we are not yet married." Peter, for his part, barely restrained a grimace. This was the 15th physician he had seen since returning home to England. Nearly all the physicians had been sent for by Lady Magdalen, who was convinced that Peter was fixable. And that once he was fixed, he would return to his old self. And they could be married. Peter had known after seeing the second physician, the one who had diagnosed a nervous condition, that he would find no answers from medical professionals. His injuries were a mystery to one and all, and could not be cured. But Lady Magdalene disagreed. Whereas charities and sewing circles had occupied the majority of her time before his injury, searching for and contacting physicians now took up the whole of her time not spent at balls. She was steadfast in her belief in Peter's ability to be fixed, and she would not abandon her cause. It was the main source of tension between them, the base for the few rows they had as an affianced couple. "My dear, you know what I am going to say," Peter told Lady Magdalene gently. "I do not think it will work. The last 3 physicians were pig-headed, know-nothing charlatans. Their reputations were obviously the work of fiction. But this one is different, Peter. I have a good feeling about him. I just know he can cure you. And then we can finally start to plan the wedding. I already have the flowers all picked out. And Madame Baptiste is awaiting my letter to start the dress," she said, her voice full of childlike hope. Peter swallowed his retort, knowing that nothing he could say would dissuade his love. Lady Magdalene's omnipresent happiness was what had first drawn Peter to her. She was always so cheerful, so full of smiles and sunshine. That she was also well-born, the daughter of a marquis and a marchioness with connections to the Prince Regent on her mother's side, was simply a boon. She was also beautiful, with cascading black curls, large brown eyes, and lips that begged to be kissed. She was the perfect wife, Peter knew. She just wasn't his perfect wife anymore. Peter wished she would leave him. She deserved so much better than him. But she stuck by his side like a conker on a wool coat. And Peter had not quite figured out yet how to remove her without damaging the delicate nut within. Bad metaphor. Ladies are not like horse chestnuts. "Peter? You look like you've drifted off into another world. Come, tell me how you have been occupying yourself these last few days. I am so sorry I left you all alone. The trip to Dorset simply could not be avoided. But I am back now, and I promise to spend every moment I can with you. I am sure that you have missed me just as much as I have missed you," she said, giving her widest smile. Knowing that Lady Magdalene would not be impressed with his progress on the history of the Roman Empire, nor with his having trounced Stevens in chess 4 days in a row, he decided to dodge the question entirely, asking her, "Tell me all about your trip. How is your father? Is his health improving? Colds are always due to annoyances this time of year. But I trust with your careful ministrations, he is on the mend." This had the predicted result of sending Lady Magdalene off on an anecdote about her father and his horses, which he loved above all else except his 2 daughters. Peter kept his eyes on Lady Magdalene's beautiful mouth, but allowed his mind to wander. He wondered how in the world he was going to get this lady to leave him. Things cannot go on as they were, he knew. This physician would be no different from the others. And his conclusions about Peter's condition would only serve to spur Lady Magdalene to further searching. He knew he was a lost cause. And he very much wished that she would realize the same. It was time to put an end to all this. To release her from his hold. To allow her to go and find someone who truly deserved her. He wanted her to go off and find the suitor she deserved. One with 2 working legs and an outlook on life that did not resemble the fatalist writings of Cicero's idle argument. As Lady Magdalene prattled on, Peter's mind began to turn, to plan. He would have to be horrid, which pained him, though being a horrible brute was not so far out of reach these days. With his temper being what it was. Sitting idle for so long agitated a gentleman far more than anything else. And Peter was certain he could draw on such agitation when the time came. And shock Lady Magdalene into action. She would hate him, and she would leave. And then he would finally be free. Free to spend the rest of his life alone, in solitude, wasting away. As was his due. Peter? Peter, my love, did you hear me? I was just talking about the trees back home. They really are nothing in comparison to the ones here. So beautiful. You are so lucky to have such nature within your reach, she said now, nodding back toward the trees which had first provoked this outing to the garden. Peter looked at the oak tree again, standing so tall and looking like it could last centuries more. Its leaves were so vibrant and full of life. It was in its prime, that tree. Plant life seemed so much less vulnerable to the vicissitudes of fate. Dear God, you're jealous of a tree. You really are quite low. Chapter 2. While Peter was feeling envious of oak trees, on the other side of the street sat Lavinia Bell, taking diligent notes from a medical text open on the desk in front of her. Though she already knew rather a lot when it came to dressing and healing wounds of various origins, her father had procured from a colleague the Domestic Medical Guide, in 2 parts for her perusal, insisting that she read and memorize the chapter on animal poisons. Lavinia was fairly certain that in the nearly 30 years her father had practiced medicine, he had never once treated a patient who had succumbed to such a condition. Mosquitoes, rabid dogs, and the like were not so common in London, not even in the poorer areas where she and her father often worked. Lavinia was fairly certain a person was more likely to be bitten by a person than a dog. But there was no use telling this to her father. The physician Robert Bell was a man who brokered no arguments. When he told Lavinia to do something, he expected it done, and in a timely manner. And so it was that Lavinia was spending her Tuesday afternoon reading what was perhaps the most boring medical text she had ever encountered. And that included the 3 books, written entirely in High German, she had been forced to read last month on birth, pregnancy, and how to treat infant rashes. Thankfully, she knew that once the notes were taken and a quiz had been administered by her fastidious father, she could sneak out of the house and go for a walk while her father engaged in his daily afternoon rest. She and the housemaid, Margaret, had a deal. Lavinia bought Margaret speculoos cookies from the Dutch bakery in East London every time she went there for a patient. And in return, Margaret made certain the physician never knew of his daughter's illicit and unchaperoned walks about the park. It was an arrangement that suited them both. Lavinia was dreaming of her walk now, of the bracing autumnal air filling her lungs, the crunch of grass underfoot. As she dotted a full stop at the end of her sentence, she was just about to lay her quill down when her father threw open the door to the study. "Tell me the most effective cure for animal poison of any kind," he shouted as he strode into the room. Robert Bell was a tall, lean man of 55 with a thick grey hair, spectacles, and a carefully tended to moustache that Lavinia suspected he loved a little more than he loved her. This did not bother her. She would much rather he dote on his facial hair than on her person. Fathers who doted on their daughters also tended to treat them like china dolls, whereas Robert Bell treated his daughter like any other physician in his field. Though Lavinia was female, and therefore unable to become a professional physician, she had been brought up in her father's image. As physician to the Duke of Kingwood and his household, her father was constantly attending to the aristocracy, but he also operated a practice out of their home, offering services to the poorest of London neighborhoods at no cost. Lavinia and he traded off going to visit these neighborhoods. Lavinia had, in the past 7 months, delivered 6 babies, treated 3 cases of influenza, 2 of consumption, and had created her own emollient for a particularly vicious case of chicken pox. Though not formally trained, textbooks and frequent lessons by her father meant she had nearly the same level of medical knowledge as he, and therefore was eminently able to act in his stead. Of course, in order to ensure that she maintained this level of professionalism, her father made her read all the textbooks he could get his hands on, and then tested her on them. It was tedious and, often, extremely jarring, considering the tests often started as they did now, with a door thrown open and a shout emitted across the room. But Lavinia was used to this. Her father was a strange man, and she had long ago grown used to his eccentricities. The most effective way to cure animal poison, she said, setting down her quill and removing her glasses, is to cut away the infected site. All other forms of care are palliative, but cannot be guaranteed to completely remove risk of infection. Excellent. And what is the efficacy of sea bathing on animal poison? He continued, taking the seat across from Lavinia's desk and reaching for the cup of tea that Margaret had placed on the desk not 10 minutes ago. Mr. Bell liked his tea cold, and therefore Margaret was constantly placing steaming hot cups of tea around the house in areas he might eventually go to, so that the physician would have his cold tea waiting for him. There is little evidence that sea bathing has any positive effects on poisonous wounds inflicted by animals, Lavinia replied, watching as her father gulped down his tea in 3 swallows. Droplets of it remained on his moustache when he put the cup down. But before she could remark on this, her father was already reaching up and smoothing his moustache down with his hand, removing the droplets from the grey and black hair that festooned his upper lip. Lavinia had always found it odd how different she and her father looked. While he had black hair, dark brown eyes, and skin that immediately darkened when it came into contact with the sun, she was fair, with white blonde hair, honey brown eyes, and freckles everywhere. Lavinia assumed she must have gotten her fairness from her mother, who had deep auburn hair, green eyes, and similarly pale and freckled skin. However, her knowledge of hereditary traits, learned from the medieval Spanish physician Judah Halevi, made her think that perhaps the situation was more complicated. Since reading Halevi's The Kuzari after being gifted it on her 16th birthday, Lavinia had wondered whether her father, the man who had raised her, clothed her, and taught her everything he knew, might not be the man whose relationship with her mother had resulted in her birth. Lavinia had even wondered whether his gifting her the Kuzari was in fact meant to lead her to this conclusion, thereby avoiding what would have been an extremely awkward conversation about her origins. However, in truth, it didn't matter. Lavinia was her father's, if not by blood, then certainly by brain. Their way of thinking was so similar that sometimes they both voiced the same thought at the same time. It was a frightening phenomenon that had agitated Margaret more than once, who often suggested after its occurrence that, perhaps you two spend too much time together. Lavinia could not dispute this, of course. Other than Margaret, she had no friends. She spent all her time either with her father, or with patients. It was a solitary life, hers, and she did not mind it, not one bit. Yet another way she was like her father. After her mother died giving birth to her, Robert Bell had thrown himself into his work, ceasing to attend any social engagements excepting lectures at the Royal College of Physicians or other academic lectures that pertained to his fields of interest. They were 2 peas in a pod. And while Lavinia knew that hers was not the usual life of a woman of reasonable means in England in the year of 1812, she could not help feeling extremely lucky because her father did not treat her like a woman. He treated her like a person. Like someone with opinions, and thoughts, and intelligence. She just wished such treatment didn't include quite so many spur-of-the-moment quizzes. Her father cleared his throat now, signaling that a relaying of the afternoon schedule was imminent. Sitting up straight and preparing herself to listen closely, for her father never repeated things twice, Lavinia folded her hands and waited. I have to go visit Mrs. Thompson and her new baby in East London. And then the Murrays need my assistance in Jacob's Island. Mr. Murray's wife has still not recovered from her cough. I will therefore need you to attend to Miss Garcia and Mr. Hamadi in Bethnal Green. Both are suffering from consumption, by the sounds of it. Lavinia was already calculating the best route to Bethnal Green when a thought came to her. And what of the Duke of Kingwood? You have not been to his house as of late, Lavinia said. Officially, her father was the Duke's physician, though the Duke rarely called upon Mr. Bell. He was a stubborn gentleman and hated medical attention, though Lavinia had heard through gossip from Margaret, whose sister worked in the Duke's household, that the Duke had been seen by no less than 10 physicians in the last month and a half. Lavinia couldn't help feeling angry at the gentleman for calling on what sounded like charlatans and barbers masquerading as physicians, when her father was clearly the best man for the job. Her father had been the Duke's physician for the entirety of his professional life. Who was this Duke to refuse her father's skills? He is still refusing to see me. If you recall, when I visited 4 weeks ago, the gunshot wound was recovering well. But I have heard since then that he cannot move either leg. I do not understand why the unaffected leg is immobile. But if the muscles are not exercised properly, they will atrophy, and then, of course, that is an altogether more serious medical matter. Her father said, looking down and brushing a bit of lint off his trousers. I have heard that he has been seen by other physicians, none of whom have been able to properly diagnose the complaint. I should like to see him again and conduct a deeper investigation of the ailments, but he, like so many of his ilk, is stubborn. No doubt he is feeling sorry for himself, and does not realize he is doing himself more damage as a result. Her father nodded his head as he finished speaking, a sign that he was finished with this discussion, and that now they should both begin preparing for the day's work. But though Lavinia was much occupied for the rest of the afternoon, Linda Garcia was not consumptive, but rather she had pneumonia, and a frightening case of it too. She could not stop her mind from drifting back to the Duke. Why was his other leg immobile if there was no wound? And why was he allowing these other physicians into his home? But not her father, who was clearly the best man for the job. Lavinia's only conclusion, which she came to as she trudged home on horseback at 10 o'clock that night, was that Tauhi Duke of Kingwood was as obstinate and unintelligent as an ass. Get out. Do not make me repeat myself. Peter yelled at the maid who had entered his room. She had been sent up by Stevens with a tray of biscuits and tea. They were Peter's favorite kind of biscuits. Shortbread with a thumbprint of jam in the middle. Stevens had stopped trying to ply Peter with food over a week ago, and instead was resorted to sending the most innocent-looking, fresh-faced maids in the house to him, assuming, incorrectly, that Peter would not have the heart to send such women away. However, Stevens had underestimated him. After an afternoon with yet another of Magdalene's physician, the one recommended by Hattie Featherington's brother's wife or some such nonsense, Peter was in the foulest of moods. Though it was yet another annoyingly sunny day outside, odd for autumn in England, in Peter's head, the storm of a century was brewing. The clouds growing darker and more menacing with every passing minute. The physician in question, a small, white-haired man from Switzerland, had taken one look at Peter's legs and declared his ailments to be entirely self-inflicted. You are insecure in your relationship, I think, the man said, his Swiss-German accent extremely pronounced. You hurt your leg up because you need love, he said, pronouncing love with an F, rather than a V. Peter was tempted to respond to the man with the meanest of all the German curses his governess, a wicked woman from Vienna, had taught him. But he refrained, wanting to hear the rest of the man's proclamations. He was not disappointed. Over the next 20 minutes, the physician spun a rather detailed story that involved Peter's mother's death, and the hole in his heart that resulted from it. Peter had proposed to Lady Magdalene to help fill this hole, but he was not satisfied with her love. And so when he went to war, he thought it the perfect opportunity to play on her sympathies. You shoot yourself in the calf muscle, and go home to your love, expecting her to dote on you. But even this does not make you happy. You are unhappy at your core. Nothing any physician can do will cure you. I am afraid only you can do that for yourself, he said, adding a reverent Your Grace when he looked up and noticed Peter's glare. The man had retreated from the room not long after, having been prompted to exit by Peter's shouting, which he littered with those German expletives he had been sitting on. The maid was sent in not long after, no doubt in an attempt to assuage his anger with sweets. Instead, the poor woman was a victim of his continued shouting. Growing so scared she eventually dropped the tray and ran out of the room, sobbing. Peter had thought that yelling would make him feel better. would release some of the tension and anger that had been building inside him while the small physician had insulted his person. But it didn't help. If anything, it made him feel worse. Not only am I lame, but I am a monster. He spent the rest of the afternoon staring at the wet spot on the carpet where the tea had spilled, wishing he could melt into liquid and settle himself between the fibers of the Persian rug. Maybe in liquid form, he wouldn't be quite so miserable. Chapter 3. I have to go help Mrs. Kwan in Limehouse. The midwife is already there, but she sent word that the labor is a difficult one. They will need my assistance, possibly for the rest of the night. Lavinia's father told her as he packed his bag. It had been 3 weeks since the afternoon of animal poison quiz and the trip to Bethnal Green, and Lavinia had spent much of that time taking diligent notes on George Cheney's The English Malady. She still sought her patients and assisted her father when necessary. But every spare moment was spent with Cheney and his interesting theories on the prevalence of melancholy and low spirits in the upper classes. The Duke of Kingwood and his affliction had of course sparked her interest, spurring her to pick up Cheney's tome, which had been sitting on a shelf in the library she and her father shared for years. Though Lavinia did not agree entirely with Cheney on his theory, there was something to the idea that the upper classes were more subject to nervous distempers because of their lifestyles. What she disagreed with was that gentlemen of the ton were more able to talk about these complaints, because masculine emotionality was acceptable. From what Lavinia knew of the ton, the exact opposite was true. It was easier to convince the Duke to a twice-daily regimen of leeching than to get him to share his feelings on personal matters. However, Lavinia was certain that the latter was exactly what was needed for the Duke of Kingwood to heal from his wounds. For these wounds were largely emotional, not physical. As her father pointed out, the Duke's gunshot wound had healed well, and his other leg was unaffected by injury. That he was immobile was not a result of his wounds, but rather a symptom of them. There was something in his mind that was keeping him from moving, from taking steps. And she was determined to find out exactly what that was. She had thus far kept her theories to herself, knowing better than to share them with her father until they were fully formed. Her father was not a man who appreciated conjecture. He appreciated facts and evidence, and therefore Lavinia would need to see the patient and talk to him before she could involve her father in the investigation and hopeful cure of the Duke of Kingwood. The opportunity to see the Duke came rather a lot sooner than she was expecting, however. For as her father snapped his bag shut and buttoned his coat, he turned to her and said, "As I will be away for the evening, I need you to attend to the Duke. His butler has just sent word that he is with fever. As you know, normally I would go to him myself. But out of the two of us, I am the more experienced at difficult births. I am better suited to attending to Mrs. Huan. And you to the Duke. Make sure you take a look at his legs, if his thrashing is not too great." Her father added as an aside, and with that, he quit the room. Lavinia packed her own bag quickly, and was on her foot, heading toward the Duke's residence. In a matter of minutes. He lived only a short walk down the street on the corner. But Lavinia braced herself for a difficult trip. Margaret had informed her that the residence directly next to the Duke's, where a Lord Horatio Hodge lived, a ball was being held, and that the street would therefore be clogged with carriages, making travel of any sort, even on foot, difficult. When she rounded the corner onto Albemarle Street, she found that it was indeed packed full of carriages and curricles. She had to dodge around quite a few drivers leaning against their vehicles, smoking cheroots and staring at her with open interest. Lavinia knew she was strange-looking with her brown hat pulled low over her eyes, large leather bag, and unfashionable dress. She was most certainly not the picture of a genteel lady, and hardly bore any resemblance to the well-dressed ladies alighting from carriages only feet away from her. Her frock was a grey cotton wool that did not easily absorb stains, which were, after all, a hazard of her trade. She was aware it was possibly the least flattering garment that a woman of her complexion could wear. But flattery was not a major factor of importance in her line of work. Still, She knew that the gown made her look pale and sullen, dulling the vibrancy of her hair and eyes. But this was only to her benefit. It made it that much less likely that men on the street would get it in their minds to talk to her. Even in the very worst slums of East London, she was generally able to avoid the attentions of the men who staggered about the streets there, half-crazed with drink and even more potent forms of intoxication. This time was no different. Though the drivers and footmen gazed at her, they did not actually speak to her. No words, insulting or otherwise, prevented her from taking the path down the side of the Kingwood residence toward the servants' entrance her father had told her was at the very back of the house. Though her father was well known enough in the Cadden family to enter through the front of the house, he had always preferred the back entrance. This was for the simple reason that it allowed him to interact with the house staff, who often told a much more factual account of the Duke's ailment than the man himself. Always asked the footmen and the younger maids for information. Footmen are notorious gossips, and young maids will be inexperienced and not yet schooled in keeping private information to themselves. Her father had told her years ago after a visit to the Duke's residence. Lavinia had filed the information away in her mind, knowing that someday it would be useful. Today was such a day, and so after being let in through the door, she immediately approached the maid who had opened it. She was a young girl, no older than 14, with pretty, wide blue eyes and hair the exact color of wheat. Lavinia found her extremely easy to extract information from. The girl told her that the Duke had taken nothing more than bread and broth for weeks. He had shrunken greatly, no longer the broad, brawny, muscular gentleman he once was. The day before, he had spent the afternoon in the sun with his betrothed, something they did together frequently. But he had complained of a headache. An hour later, he was laid up in bed with chills. And during the ensuing hours, the chills had transformed into a fever that had him thrashing about in bed. "He's shouting as well," the girl said in a strong East London accent. "Going on about some battle." Called the butler Brock. He did. Anne asked the footman to hand him a match for light in a cannon. "It's like he's escaped from Bedlam, miss." "Well, I shall go and see what I can do for him." "Thank you for your help," Lavinia said, passing the girl a coin. The girl preened, and Lavinia knew that she had found the ally she needed in the household. With help from one of the footmen, who sadly had no other information to share, Lavinia was led to the Duke's chambers. Outside was the man she assumed was the butler. He was older than all the footmen she had seen, and his uniform was of finer quality. He also had the natural look of a leader of men, someone capable of haranguing youthful servants into order when the need arose. He looked up when Lavinia approached, his shoulders immediately straightening, his hands coming to clasp together behind his back. "Dr. Bell, I presume?" he asked, and Lavinia was taken aback for a moment. No one had ever referred to her as a physician before. She was simply Miss to her patients. "Yes," she stammered, her voice coming out in an unusually high pitch that she hastened to lower. "I am Lavinia Bell. My father, Dr. Robert Bell, sent me in his stead, as he is currently held up in East London attending to a difficult birth." He acknowledged this information with a nod of his head. "Very good. Shall I lead you inside? I should warn you, his lordship is rather—" The butler was interrupted at that moment by a shout, which, if Lavinia's ears did not betray her, sounded very much like, "Get it out. Get it out, please. It burns." Distressed, the butler finished, wincing as the shouts continued. "I see. Well, then I best get inside and do what I can to help him," Lavinia said. The door was opened for her, and she walked into what appeared near total darkness. Her eyes adjusted quickly, however, and she could soon see the figure of the Duke tossing and turning in his bed, which occupied the central space in the large room. The curtains were all drawn, and a fire was lit in the hearth. though it was mostly embers and was burning so low it offered little light by which to see. "Open these curtains at once," Lavinia ordered the butler. She pointed to the windows, and the butler was halfway to them when she held up a finger and cried, "Stop." The man turned around, a confused, harried look on his face. "I do not know your name. Since I expect we will be speaking and interacting with each other with some frequency for the foreseeable future, I think it good if I know how to address you. You may call me Lavinia, for expediency. And you are?" She waited for him to fill in the silence, which he did. "Stevens. Head butler, miss. I mean, Lavinia." "Very good. You may continue with the windows," she said, and then walked toward the bed. The smell of sickness, of sweat from fever and that other hint of sweetness that always seemed to cling to the infirm, assaulted her senses. "Your Grace?" she said, leaning toward the Duke and trying to examine his face. She could hardly see it in the darkness, but she heard the movement of his legs under the covers, bending and straightening like he was trying to run from something. Looking down, she could also make out his hands, which were opening and closing rapidly, as though trying and failing to grasp something. "Magdalene? Is that you?" he asked. Stevens threw open the curtain nearest his bed, sending the Duke's face into stark relief. She was immediately taken aback by the sight of him, sunlight slanting through the windows and falling onto his body, which was curled up against the pillows at his back. He was emaciated, that was for certain. His cheekbones and what was visible of his unshaven jaw were sharp, jutting out when normally she guessed they would have been softened, still noticeable, but blending better into the rest of his face, which even now was still attractive. Still, it was a face that looked like it could have been carved from marble by a great sculptor. Each line looked perfectly crafted, as though every single part of his person had been carefully considered by its maker in order to ensure that the finished piece was sheer perfection. Like the lines of his face, the Duke's skin had been affected by his sickness. There was a sallow, yellow tinge to the normally golden tones she could see hinted at under his pallor. Lavinia knew that the Tun generally detested dark shades of skin. For such hues told of manual labor outdoors, something generally reserved for the lower classes. She knew without a doubt, however, that no one would object to the Duke of Kingwood's skin. Not when it was so perfectly matched by his hair and eyes. His coif, if she could call the greasy mess of waves tangled all over his head such a thing, was the exact color of freshly polished gold, which made his eyes, a curious shade of teal blue, even more noticeable. The eyes were staring at her with expectation, clearly waiting for her response. But Lavinia was far too deep into her admiration to notice such a thing. She was far too busy drinking in the realization that she was currently standing in front of the most attractive gentleman she had ever seen. Despite his condition, she knew that if the Duke were to be transported to a ballroom at that exact moment, he would be the talk of every meddling mama in the room. Every lady would want to be his wife. Every mother his mother-in-law. Of course, this would no doubt be due partly to his fortune and societal standing. But Lavinia reckoned that even if he were poor as a pauper with the lowly title of Viscount or Baron, he would still be sought after. He was the beautiful, the desirable. Not that his beauty matters. Indeed, the appearance of her patients only mattered insofar as it told her something about their condition. As a physician, or a facsimile of the position, Lavinia made it a habit not to look at her patients too closely. It made it that much harder to share bad news with them, or to convince them of a painful treatment that would aid in their convalescence. The more she could distance herself, the better for everyone involved. But she knew immediately that distancing herself from the Duke would be a hard task, indeed. She'd only been in the room with him for a few minutes and already she was lost in those eyes. This lasted only briefly, however, for a moment later. The Duke was closing his eyes in pain and flailing around with such vigor that one of his hands nearly hit her in the face. Thankfully, years of attending to similar conditions had taught Lavinia the importance of quick actions. She deftly avoided the slap. "Your Grace, I am your physician. My name is Lavinia Bell. My father is Robert Bell. He sent me to take care of you. Do you understand?" she asked, taking one of the hands flying about and holding it. She squeezed the palm to try and get his attention. Briefly, his eyes fluttered open, his gaze training on her long enough that Lavinia thought he was actually looking at her, not through her. "Do you understand?" she repeated, squeezing his hand once again. Closing his eyes again, the Duke's face formed into one of contemplation. His lips moved back and forth as though trying to form words, which came a moment later. "You're a woman." Lavinia couldn't help the bark of laughter that escaped her mouth. Clearly, he is not entirely without reason. Lavinia schooled her face back into one of professional apathy. "Indeed, I am. Are you comfortable with my attending you? I can promise I am just as skilled as my father," she stressed. "More attractive than him, though," he muttered, and again Lavinia laughed. Looking over, she found Stevens also struggling against mirth. It appeared that the Duke was funny, or at least, his delusions were making him so. "Thank you, Your Grace. Now, I am going to bleed you, and then administer a tonic that should have you feeling better. But before then, I need to examine you. Will you allow me to do so?" she asked. The Duke, who a moment ago had seemed entirely in the present, was now once again thrashing about. He ripped his hand out of Lavinia's, his legs once again making a running motion. Moans began to slip from between his lips, and his face broke out in a sweat. "Oh dear. Well, I suppose I'll just have to go ahead," she said, and beckoned for Stevens to walk toward her. "Help me hold him down and I'll put the leeches on," she said, bending down toward her bag and taking a jar of the animals from her bag. She slipped one on each side of his forehead, then turned back toward her bag and began taking out the bottles that would, when their substances were combined, make a tonic that would hopefully draw the fever out of his body. 3 hours later, the Duke was sleeping peacefully in his bed. The leeches and tonic had done their duty, ridding his body of its bad blood and fluids. Though she knew that neither remedy was particularly pleasant, the Duke had slept through the majority of her ministrations. His temperature was now much improved. His skin no longer had the angry flush associated with febrile conditions, and his thrashing and delusions had stopped. Lavinia was rather pleased with herself. Fevers, though simple in their nature, could be devilish things indeed. She'd once had to bleed a man 4 times, administer 3 emetic tonics, and dunk him in a cold bath before his temperature even approached something akin to normal. She was glad not to have had to make such a fuss for the Duke, in part because she wasn't sure whether she could maintain her professional mien in the presence of his naked body. The very idea of what might lie beneath his bedclothes was enough to make her blush. She had seen the glimpse of his long, lithe body as she tended to him, and more than once had found wicked thoughts infiltrating her concentration. Thoughts of that body on hers, touching hers. It was enough to make her blush, and was most certainly far from professional, but Lavinia found herself unable to stay focused around the Duke. He was distractingly attractive. If I am to keep treating him, I will have to build up some better defenses against his allure. Else the mere sight of his bare legs might be enough to make me completely ruin a tonic. Or worse, attach a leech somewhere it oughtn't be. Shaking off this thought, Lavinia turned back to her cup of tea. She and Stevens were sitting by the hearth, taking a rest after a rather taxing afternoon. Or rather, something of a rest. She needed to learn more about the Duke's condition now that he was calmly sleeping. So she had asked the butler to retire with her to the 2 comfortable armchairs in the corner of the room. He had suggested they ring for tea, and Lavinia had not refused. She always liked a strong, bracing brew after she'd finished her work. However, she still wanted to keep an eye on the Duke. So her chair was positioned toward the Duke's bed, so she could monitor his condition. In her lap sat a pencil and scrap of parchment so she could take notes. And her teacup was on the table between her chair and Stephen's. He had requested some biscuits from the house cook, and Lavinia had already eaten 3. They were marvelous, buttery things. But apparently the Duke was refusing to eat them. Fool! Who would refuse such delicacies? It turned out that Stevens was even more helpful than the maid in bestowing useful information upon Lavinia. He knew so much about the Duke's condition, having been attending to him from the moment he returned home from the war. I don't mind telling you that the last few physicians we've had enter this house have been absolutely without use. The Duke's betrothed keeps sending for them in the hopes that they'll find a cure, and he will be restored to his former self. But it is a lost cause. He is so much altered from how he was before the war. And how exactly is he altered? Lavinia asked, her pencil poised above the parchment. His mood is entirely different. He used to be such a kind, calm gentleman. Slow to anger, affable, committed to his duties. But when he came back, none of this was true anymore. He gets agitated at the slightest provocation, rarely smiles, takes no interest in his holdings, his investments. He is refusing to go to Parliament when the session begins in November. He eats little, laughs none, and does not even seem to enjoy time with his betrothed. Lavinia found the Duke's lack of laughter particularly sad, though not for medical reasons. Rather, she imagined he looked particularly handsome with a smile on his face. She did not, however, relay this suspicion to Stevens. Instead, she ducked her head down and dutifully scribbled all the information Stevens had relayed to her, turning her mind to the words Cheney had said in his book. And his injuries. I understand that only one leg was shot, but both are unable to be moved. At this, Stevens took a deep breath and hastened a glance toward the Duke. Then, lowering his voice, he leaned in close to Lavinia and whispered, I do not think he is still injured. The last physician told him that the injury was self-inflicted, that he had shot himself on purpose. Of course, such a suggestion is preposterous, but I cannot help thinking the physician was right in thinking that whatever ailment keeps the Duke's legs from moving is his own doing. He does not think himself worthy of his title, his reputation, now that he has been shot and discharged from the army. And so he has given up on life, and his legs. Lavinia had to hold back a smile. She was not rejoicing in the Duke's suffering, but rather in his butler's intelligence. Do you know, I think you are exactly correct, she said. Stevens's face broke out into a small grin, a crooked, slightly awkward smile that made her think the man was unused to the expression as of late. It was clear that this household had not seen happiness in quite some time. But I will change that. As soon as the Duke wakes up, my work will truly begin. Chapter 4. Peter awoke having his senses assaulted. When he opened his eyes, it was to find his chambers filled with sunlight. Looking down, he found himself covered in different bedclothes and dressed in a white cotton shirt. He lifted the shirt to his nose and inhaled. It smelled clean and fresh, as did his skin. He not only smelled clean, he realized, but felt clean. Like everything, from his skin to his soul, had been scrubbed. Running his hands through his hair, he found that it too had been washed, and was braided and tied back in a small queue at his neck. He was beginning to wonder how all these had happened when the door to his room was opened and in walked Stevens. Good morning, Your Grace. I am relieved to see you looking so much improved, he said with a smile. Stevens smiling? When was the last time he had seen his butler happy? Not since you've been back. You made sure that no one in the entire house had cause to smile. While Peter did feel rather like a new gentleman now that he was freshly clothed and washed, he knew that this alone could not be the cause of his butler's grin. Something else had happened, and he needed to know exactly what. "Why are you looking so jubilant this morning, Stevens? What has happened while I've been asleep?" Stevens opened his mouth, but his words were cut off by the entrance into the room of perhaps the most beautiful woman that Peter had ever seen. She was, however, wearing the most hideous gown his eyes had ever had the misfortune to lay their gaze upon. Still, the gown did nothing to detract from the intelligent twinkle in her eyes, which were the color of honey taken straight from the beehive. She had skin that resembled young strawberries, white with the faintest hint of blush pink beneath. Even from his position in bed, Peter could see that freckles dotted the whole of her face. Freckles, to most gentlemen and ladies of the English upper classes, were unbecoming. Peter knew that Magdalen had tried to remove hers with an awful-smelling combination of sodium borate and camphor. But he had always liked freckles. They made him think their owners whimsical. He had, in fact, tried on more than one occasion to get Magdalen to stop with her skin treatments, and had even gone so far as to suggest she walk outside without a hat. He loved her freckles. They were one of his favorite things about her. However, her response had told him that such suggestions would not be welcome again. "Keep my freckles. Peter, you must be mad. My freckles are what kept me from getting proposed to until my 4th season. My mother threatened to make me wash my face 4 times a day with acid and lavender if I did not find a husband by this winter. It's a lucky thing I found you, or the skin of my face might have fallen off by now." She'd scolded him. This woman, however, did not look as though she minded her freckles one bit. Peter wondered, rather wickedly, whether her freckles extended beyond those visible parts of skin available to him. Were there freckles on her breasts, whose shape he sadly could not assess due to that terrible frock? Would the legs he assumed, from her height, must be long and lean also be so dotted with the things? He wished he could find out. But a woman like this would not be easily wooed, he knew. Her confident stance, legs apart, shoulders thrown back, chin up, told him she was in complete control of herself. He also guessed, from the relaxed way she carried herself, that she was perfectly happy with herself exactly the way she was, which was something to be admired. She obviously cared nothing for fashion or style. The dress, combined with her hair, which was pulled back in a bun at the nape of her neck, made her seem severe, but the hint of a smile at her lips and the intelligence in her eyes suggested the exact opposite. Those eyes, which were a beautiful golden brown, were staring at him with an assessing stare, like a maid might do to a cut of meat at the market. It was not a feeling Peter liked overmuch. It did strange things to his stomach and skin, making one jump and the other tingle. Real gentlemen do not tingle. They shiver? No, they tremor. Rolling his eyes inwardly, Peter gave up the fight to replace the word tingle. After all, he wasn't a real gentleman anymore. Why shouldn't he tingle? Such frivolous wonderings were thankfully interrupted when his attention was diverted a moment later by the mystery woman walking further into his room. In fact, she walked all the way to his bed. The tingling grew even more pronounced with each step she took in his direction, and extended down his body, coming to rest in the region between his thighs, which recently had not had much reason to be excited. 1 minute in the presence of this woman, however, and Peter found himself stiff as a board. It was an odd, but not altogether unwelcome situation, especially since he had his bedclothes to cover his indecorousness. "Good morning, Your Grace. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lavinia Bell, daughter of Dr. Robert Bell. My father was unable to attend you last night while you were sick with fever, and he sent me to tend to you. I bled you and administered medicines to help flush the fever from your body. I then had your servants change your bedclothes, wash you, and then dress you in loose, clean clothes, in order to ensure you are no longer surrounded by the remnants of your illness. Now that I have returned, I would like to conduct an examination, to ensure you are in fact cured of your febrile disease." "Examination? But you're a woman." Peter said, feeling thoroughly confused. He had no recollection whatsoever of meeting this woman before. And he would certainly remember making the acquaintance of such a beautiful creature. Of course, the last day was rather blurry in his mind. He remembered sitting with Magdalene in the garden, looking at her smiling eyes and full lips, and then nothing. Well, not nothing, precisely. There were glimpses of the battle, of Brock and his men around the cannon. But he knew that was just his usual dream. This Lavinia Bell, however, featured in none of those remembrances. I am indeed female, Your Grace. But I think you will find me just as capable as my father in the art of practicing the medical sciences. My father has taught me everything he knows, and were it not for the laws governing medical training in England, I am sure I would make a fine physician. That may be true, but the fact of the matter is that you are not currently a physician. You are a woman, standing in my chambers. Which I think you will agree is rather untoward. Leave, and send for your father. I will wait for him to conduct the examination. Peter rather liked the idea of examining Miss Bell. But he was not nearly so fond of her returning the favor in kind. Miss Bell raised one of her eyebrows, which Peter now realized were quite dark, especially in comparison to her fair hair. Somehow, this lent her expression a rather regal air, like she was a queen and he a mere manservant. Peter almost found himself feeling cowed in front of her, especially since he was laying in bed. And she was standing over him, her height suddenly making her seem giant. But that feeling of almost weakness made him agitated. Peter had been feeling weak for months. But prior to now, he had only been able to do so in front of his staff and Lady Magdalene. No one had challenged him, tried to emasculate him. If anything, they had tried to lift up his spirits. However, the woman in front of him was doing the exact opposite. Her formidable nature was reminding Peter of just how unintimidating he was in his current condition. How weak I must look. And so, using the skills he had honed after weeks of shouting at maids, refusing meals and generally making sure that everyone around him was as miserable as himself, Peter looked up at the woman and said, in his lowest, most menacing growl, "Get out. My legs might be lame, but my voice is just as ferocious as ever." He was grateful for that, at least. "I beg your pardon, Your Grace, but I really do need to examine you in order to..." Miss Bell began, but Peter interrupted her, raising his voice as he again shouted, "Get out." This time, he paired the shout with a thrust of his chest that had Miss Bell jumping back with what looked like fright. "My goodness," she said, her hand over her heart, her breaths coming out fast and shallow. A sure sign that Peter was winning. He purposefully ignored the delicious sight of her bosom heaving, finally giving him some sense of her proportions in that area. "Get her out of your room, and then you can think about her bosoms." Peter didn't want to scare her. He just wanted her gone. He needed her gone, from his chambers, and from his house. Turning to Stevens, Peter gestured at the woman and said, "Stevens, will you kindly remove this blue-stocking, uppity chit from this house? And please see to it that she does not return. I will have only qualified physicians in this house," he said. He was gratified to see the look of shock on Miss Bell's face as she backed away from him. With her gone, he was free to go back to the delicious imaginings of earlier, back when Miss Bell was not a physician looking to examine him, but simply an attractive stranger who had ignited in him desires he had long forgotten he possessed. Indeed, he was rather satisfied with how well he had managed the situation, or at least, he was until he saw the look on Stevens's face. It was one of disappointment, and one of loss of faith. This served to immediately quell his satisfaction, replacing it with the familiar melancholy that seemed to color so many of his days. Stevens's look reminded him that the good Duke of Kingwood, a kind gentleman, a friend to all, was gone, and that his butler was mourning him. He's not the only one. Peter was glad when Stevens left a moment later. Once again, he was alone. Fantasizing did not commence. Instead, he engaged in self-pity, contemplating how truly wretched he had become. That he would yell at a woman and banish the only man, perhaps the only person, who truly knew and cared for him. "What do you mean?" "He ordered you from the room," Lavinia's father asked that evening. He was finally home from Mrs. Huan's birth. The baby was born breech, and it was thought for most of the night that the mother would not survive. However, due to the combined efforts of her father and the midwife, both Mrs. Huan and her baby, named Robert, after Lavinia's father, had survived. Lavinia had smiled upon hearing the baby's name. Robert Huan was not the first baby to be named after her father, and Lavinia expected he would not be the last, not so long as her father continued to excel at his profession. Now, however, that smile was gone, for she was recounting her morning with the insufferable Peter Cadden, the Duke of Kingwood. He said he would not be seen by a woman, and then he asked his butler to escort me out. Lavinia huffed, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. They were seated in the library, a stack of books between them and the day's newspaper laid out on the table in front of them. They had split the paper equally, and ought to have been enjoying the day's news in silence. Except that Lavinia's father had idly asked how the Duke was, resulting in an emotional tirade she knew was annoying them both. Still, she could not help it. Lavinia had only been thrown out of one other patient's home, and that was by the daughter of an old woman dying of wasting disease. Lavinia had apparently resembled the old woman's sister, and had so distressed her with her appearance that the woman's daughter worried if Lavinia entered the house again, she would shock the old woman into death. "Best if you go, love. She's not long for this world anyways. There's naught you could do to help her," the old woman's daughter had told her in a thick Yorkshire accent. But at least then, there had been reason for Lavinia to go. Whereas with the Duke, there was no reason for her expulsion from his chambers. Lavinia was a seasoned and skilled, if not qualified, professional. She was trusted by her father, the Duke's physician, and she had helped His Grace get through his fever. That alone ought to have proved her usefulness, but apparently her sex nullified any of the ways she might positively contribute to the Duke's health. She had at first found Peter Cadden merely frustratingly attractive, but she had revised her assessment during her journey home that morning. Now, she found him simply frustrating. "Well, from what you told me of the gossip his maid and his butler shared with you, it is clear that he is mentally agitated. He is not in his right mind. I will conduct an examination tomorrow morning, and hopefully I can make him see reason. It's likely he will need more care in the coming weeks, and I will most certainly not always be available to give it. He'll simply have to get used to you," her father said, shrugging like that would be a simple task. But Lavinia knew that gentlemen like the Duke of Kingwood did not willingly accept such things. They thought that their money and privilege allowed them to live life exactly as they pleased. And usually, it did, which made it all the more complicated when circumstances beyond their control forced them to accept situations they deemed less than ideal. It was for this and many other reasons that Lavinia often regarded gentlemen like the Duke with something akin to pity. Their lives were, after all, so complicated. The ladies were sold off like cattle at a market, thrown to the highest bidder with the most money and the best reputation. Marriage took up so much thought and consideration, as did clothing, titles, property, and other superficial things that were meant to define a person, but in fact only served to ensure that every person looked, acted, and talked like every other person. Lavinia often thought of the ton as a bunch of sheep, with the gossip rags and old biddies their shepherds, leading them all toward one trend or another. She was glad not to be one of their set. Though her life was unusual, she enjoyed it. She never had to worry about coming out to society, about finding the right husband. In fact, she had begun to suspect that her father would be happiest if she stayed unattached for the rest of her days, because it would make it so much easier to work together. Still, her contentment with her lot in life did not prevent her from despising His Grace, or, as she was now calling in her head, the uncouth Duke. "So do not wait for me," for I am not entirely sure when I shall be home." Lavinia looked over and realized that while she was thinking unkind thoughts about dukes and sheep, her father had been talking. And of course, he would not repeat himself, so she was forced to glean, from his facial expression and the final words of his speech, a rough summary of what he had said. "He's leaving to see a patient, and won't be home by the time I retire to bed," she guessed, though she did not remember him mentioning any patients earlier that afternoon. Then again, she had been rather distracted then, too. In fact, her thoughts had been unusually unfocused since she returned from the Duke's residence. "Do try and forget about the Duke, my dear. Or at least, think of ways to help him, rather than thinking of clever ways to insult him. It would be a much more productive use of your intelligence," her father said, showing uncharacteristic attentiveness to her mood. "Yes, father. I'll do my best," she said, and grabbed Cheney's book from the stack beside her, deciding to spend the rest of the evening planning so that when she was eventually let back into the Duke's chambers, she would be prepared. She would not be distracted by him or anything else. Not when the happiness of the Duke's entire household clearly hung in the balance. The servants needed their Duke, that was clear. And she was going to deliver him back to them, a new, improved version of his former self. Chapter 5. The woman's crying was echoing in the hall as she ran from his room. She was not the first woman Peter had made cry that day. In fact, she was the third. The previous two had the audacity to open his curtains and bring him tea, respectively. The first had been treated to a litany of insults so fierce that she actually seemed to shrink on the spot. Peter watched as she lost inches with each rude word he threw at her, until she seemed hardly bigger than a toadstool as she ran from his room. The second had been the unfortunate recipient of a cup of boiling tea thrown at her. Thankfully, Peter was so weak that the tea barely made it halfway across the room, landing in a shattered mess of porcelain and boiling water 3 feet from where the maid stood, cowering in fear. Stevens had to lead her away, for she was paralyzed with terror. The withering look he had given Peter was enough to send schoolboys crying for their mothers. But it affected Peter little. He was in so much pain that the devil himself could smolder him with a look and Peter would hardly bat an eyelash. Now, he was sitting in bed, the pale sunlight shining down onto his coverlet, staring at the few shards of porcelain that Hannah, the head of the household, had neglected to sweep up. Peter hadn't tried to yell at Hannah. She was in an even worse mood than him most of the time, especially on days when she lost 3 servants before breakfast had even been served. Peter was contemplating ringing the bell at his side merely for entertainment, to see who else he could eviscerate with his words, when the knock he had been waiting over an hour for finally sounded. "Finally, Mr. Bell is here." Though the fever that had plagued him had abated thanks to the ministrations of Mr. Bell's beautiful but terribly insolent daughter, his legs were now so sore and aching so badly they were driving him mad. He had to hold back grunts of pain every time a new flare of pain arose. It was in fact why he'd thrown the teacup in the first place. He'd needed something to divert his mind away from fantasies of cutting his legs off and finally being free of the nuisances they brought with them. The pain had started the day before. When Mr. Bell came to examine him the previous morning, the feeling had only just begun, and Peter had decided not to mention it to the physician, assuming it would fade. But it had not faded. It had grown worse, eventually waking him up in the middle of the night. To his shame, he had cried out so loudly that his valet, James, had rushed in from the adjoining room. After Peter took a swing at him, bloodying the poor man's lip, Stevens had eventually been called in to help calm him down. When words alone did not work, the men turned to that opiate loved by so many and detested by himself: laudanum. Peter hated the taste of it, the way it made him feel. Like his mind was made of treacle. He avoided it at all costs. Stevens, however, had no such aversions to the tonic, and shoved a spoonful into Peter's mouth when he was mid-shout. Then snapped Peter's jaw shut forcibly, glaring at him until he finally swallowed the acrid mouthful. After wincing at the taste and using words that not even the grimiest of dock workers knew, Peter had promptly fallen asleep. The sleep had felt like death, and he had in fact hoped that he had died, thereby avoiding any further strife and tribulation in his life. But then he woke up. The laudanum had worn off, and the pain was even worse. Maids had been exiled, and now he was waiting for salvation in the form of Mr. Bell. "Come in." He therefore shouted at the knock, eager for the physician to enter and examine him. A flare-up of pain followed his shout, and he bit back a growl, reaching out to clutch his legs before recoiling. But it was not Mr. Bell's placid face, lean figure, and dark hair that he saw entering his room. Instead, it was that exquisite and also exquisitely frustrating woman from before who claimed she was a physician. Miss Lavinia Bell. She of the fine freckles, fair hair, and frustrating intelligence. "What are you doing here?" He barked at her, finding that doing so was a wonderful distraction from another sharp pain, this time to his left shin. To his extreme annoyance, however, the shout had no effect. Miss Bell ignored him entirely as she continued into the room, stopping at the chair next to his bed. Setting down her bag, she opened it and extracted what looked like a magnifying glass, along with a small, metal hammer that looked like it could do quite a lot of damage in the right hands. Which, in this case, were her hands. "Get out. I told you the other day and I will tell you again, get out," he shouted, gnashing his teeth when another pain hit, but once again, his words seemed to wash over her, falling onto deaf ears. Lavinia placed her tools on the table at his left, then, before he had a chance to prepare, she threw the covers off his legs. Peter gasped, partly at the rush of cold air on his aching skin, and partly because he had not actually seen his legs in weeks. He closed his eyes when being dressed and bathed, and did his best not to glance at the traitorous things even when they were shrouded in trousers. They were pale, shriveled little things, bearing a greater resemblance to birch twigs than anything else. The golden hair on them was matted with sweat, and Peter hated them immediately. Hated them with so much fervency that he forgot all about the pain they were causing him, choosing to focus instead on how entirely pathetic they looked. How unlike his old legs they seemed. "I used to be strong. I could walk for miles, run if I wanted to. These things don't even look like they can carry me up a flight of stairs." His destructive thoughts were interrupted, however, by the sweet voice of Miss Bell, who was also staring at his appendages, though her gaze was assessing rather than hateful. "I am going to examine your legs. If you shout and scream at me, I am prepared to issue you with another dose of laudanum, or, if you prefer, I can simply tie you to the bed. Either option is more than satisfactory for myself. It just depends on your own personal preference." She said all this with a simpering smile that made Peter wish that it wasn't uncouth to curse in front of women, for surely this blue stocking deserved a good, verbal dressing down of the kind he was now seasoned in giving. A glance at Stevens, however, told Peter that his butler was more than willing to assist in affixing his appendages to the bed if the occasion arose. And considering that laudanum was hardly more preferred to such an occurrence, Peter bit back his retort and resigned himself to his fate. "Fine. Examine me, and then get out. And be careful. My legs have been paining me all morning," he snarled. "Very well," she said, and looked back at Stevens. "If you would be so kind as to leave us, Stevens, I can ring when we are finished. I promise his lordship is in capable hands, but in order to examine him properly and assess his condition, we need to be alone." "Of course, miss. I trust you implicitly," Stevens said, executing a rather low, supplicant bow before exiting the room and drawing the door closed behind him. "Traitor." "Now," Miss Bell said, turning back toward him, a wide smile on her face that had no place in his sick room. "I understand from my father that you are recovered from your fever, We are both uncertain of the cause. But you seem to be exhibiting no lasting signs of illness, which tells me that in that respect, you are healthy. However, she continued, looking at his legs. There is the matter of your legs. Am I correct in thinking that you have been shot in your right leg? But that both appendages are immobile? Peter was having that daydream about dissolving into liquid again. He hated talking about his legs. To do so while biting back grimaces of pain with an attractive, intelligent female was a new level of humiliation to which he did not particularly want to rise. However, he was beginning to suspect that Miss Bell was not a woman who gave up anything without a fight. And considering he was in no condition to spar, he reckoned he ought to let her get on with things. With any luck, the examination would be over and done within 10 minutes, and then he could go back to being pathetic in private. And maybe having a good row with Stevens. Yes, that will make me feel better. Yes, you are correct. I was shot in my right calf muscle by a rifle at close range. My left leg wasn't harmed during the skirmish. But I haven't been able to move either limb since I woke up in the field hospital 9 weeks ago. And this pain you mentioned? Where is it, and when did it start? My father told me of no such ailment when he shared his notes with me this morning. It is all over my lower legs. It ebbs and flows. But the pains are sharp. Like knives cutting into my skin. It started yesterday. Just before he arrived, but I thought. He paused, not wanting to admit that he had withheld the information. He felt foolish for doing so now. He had thought he was being strong, keeping his pain to himself. But Peter realized now that he was being a stupid coward. He was only making his own life worse by denying information to his physician. I didn't mention it to your father. I thought it would get better. Ah. Miss Bell said, nodding like she understood him exactly. Which Peter doubted. When he looked in her eyes, he saw a mixture of sympathy and comprehension that made him think that perhaps Miss Bell was physician and gypsy both. For it seemed she could read his mind. I am sure I do not need to lecture you on the foolishness of withholding information from your physician. It makes our job to cure and yours to convalesce harder. Peter said nothing, and thankfully Miss Bell dropped the subject, turning the conversation back toward his legs. He'd never thought of them as a safe subject before. But in comparison to being lectured by a female, discussing them was extremely preferable. May I take a look at your legs? She asked, and to her credit, this she did with a gentler tone. As though she understood just how difficult it was for Peter to expose his wound, to expose any vulnerability, to anyone. But most particularly a woman. This warmed Peter to her slightly, enough to acquiesce to her demands. Yes, he said. He watched as Miss Bell walked to the other side of the bed and carefully lifted his right leg. Peter did not feel her touch. And it did nothing to either exacerbate or alleviate his pains. He felt nothing. He was numb there, like always. The wound has healed well. The gunshot must have only entered the muscle, and not hit any arteries or bone. Can you flex your leg at all? She asked. Peter shook his head. I cannot move it. Nodding, Miss Bell moved one hand to his foot and drew it so his toes were pointing toward his shin. Peter watched with fascination as the tiny bump of his calf muscle hardened with the motion. A sign of latent strength still visible. She did the same with the other leg. And continued performing a series of other tests, moving his legs this way and that. Making apparent muscles that Peter had thought completely gone after 6 weeks in bed doing absolutely nothing to promote the maintenance, let alone growth, of such signs of strength. As she completed her examination, the pains in Peter's legs faded, until they were completely gone. The tension in his body resulting from so much distress dulled as well. Until he was finally able to relax back into the pillows at his back. It was the best he had felt since the morning after she had first visited him. Perhaps she does know what she is doing. Maybe her father did teach her a few things after all. Peter would also admit that staring at Miss Bell as she worked was preferable to doing the same with her father. She was infinitely more physically appealing. And the fantasies she had inspired in him began to make an appearance again. Of course, Peter couldn't let them affect him. His legs and the area between them were both visible to Lavinia's eyes, though the latter was thankfully covered by his shirt. Think of Parliament, of sheep giving birth, of bees. Bees, however, reminded him of spring, and mating. And that only worsened his problem. What a godsend, therefore, that Miss Bell began speaking a moment later, distracting Peter from his wandering, dangerous ponderings. "Well, I am pleased to tell you that nothing is physically wrong with you. Though I suspect I am not the first physician to say such a thing," she said, removing her back from the chair and taking a seat. "No, you are not," Peter said, his previous sense of calm disturbed by one of foreboding he could not explain. He was so used to these conversations that followed examinations that it was almost a reflex now, to prepare himself for yet another physician telling that he was incurable. This time, however, the conversation did not go at all how he was expecting. "Be that as it may, I am not sure that any other physician has mentioned a nervous complaint as the result of your immobility," she said, lacing her hands together and setting them down in her lap. "Nervous complaint? You mean like what afflicts women? What sends them into hysterics?" he asked with derision. Surely the ailment that sent so many women collapsing into their couches, only to rouse with the aid of smelling salts? Peter could not possibly be associated with such a contingent. "Perhaps I was wrong about Miss Bell. Perhaps she isn't very clever after all." Normally, Peter found satisfaction in having judged someone correctly. But this time he found, to his shock, that aligning the reality of Miss Bell with his assumptions depressed him, rather than lifting his spirits. "Nervous distempers affect both males and females, in equal number, Your Grace," Miss Bell said, drawing Peter's attention back to her. "Is that so?" he asked sardonically. "Yes, it is. If you like, I can bring you at least 5 articles from 5 different physicians that echo that statement," she said, raising her eyebrows in challenge. Peter did not take the bait. He suspected that Miss Bell was being very truthful indeed with this threat, and he would not risk humiliation by asking her to fetch her sources. She did not seem a woman who made frequent flippant, insupportable remarks. "You believe me?" she said, not a question but rather a statement. "I am glad. It would be such a bother to run home to get those articles. No doubt my father has scattered them about the library and left them in places I will never find. He's a good physician, my father, but his skill for organization is somewhat lacking," Miss Bell said, her voice lowering like this was something she was telling him in confidence. Peter did not know how to respond to such a comment, and so he stayed silent, allowing Miss Bell to continue. "As I was saying, it is an affliction that affects males and females in equal measure. It does, however, disproportionately affect people of your status. That is, gentlemen and ladies of your set." "People of my set?" he asked. Feeling the need to gain back the upper hand in the conversation, he added with a menacing smile, "Do you mean lame dukes with no will to live?" He had hoped to shock Miss Bell, but of course, he was ineffectual in his attempt. She merely looked at him with something akin to pity, before shaking her head. "No," she said. "I mean the ton in general. It is thought that people of higher status have a more refined nervous system, which dictates how the body responds to its inner and outer environment. The inner environment being, of course, the mind, and the outer environment referring to the world around you. Because of this sensitivity, you are more likely to suffer from complaints related to this system." Peter balked at the word sensitive. It was one of his least favorite words, especially when it was connected to his person. He also wanted to tell Miss Bell that he did not understand her words. He had no idea what the nervous system was or what it did to, in, or about the body. But he was already feeling ill at ease around her now that the full extent of her intelligence was on display. Normally, Peter appreciated cleverness in a woman. But he was usually also standing on 2 feet, dressed in a fine coat and hessians while engaging in this appreciation. To do so supine, wearing only a cotton shirt, was rather a different matter. You are letting yourself be intimidated by a bluestocking. It was silly, and yet, he couldn't admit his stupidity to Miss Bell. He didn't want to appear any weaker or lesser than her than he already must. He had few shreds of dignity left, but what he retained, he did not wish to lose in front of this woman. However, Miss Bell, because she was clever, realized Peter's confusion and explained. I think that the reason you cannot move your legs is because your body is reacting to something. And I think that something is in your mind, not your outer environment. You've healed from the gunshot wound, and reason dictates that you ought to be able to walk again. That you cannot walk suggests to me that this is a mental complaint, rather than a physical. And she continued. Mental complaints are much harder to treat than physical. I do not mind telling you. There is far less research done on the mind than the rest of the body. But you are a strong gentleman, of sound mind. I believe that if you allow me to work with you to retrain your legs and your brain, I can cure you. I believe you have the capability to walk, run, even dance, if you so desire. But you will need my help. Oh really? And why haven't any of the other 15 physicians I've seen suggested this? This disease of the mind? Peter asked, saying the last 4 words with spiteful derision. Miss Bell shrugged. They were all men. Sometimes, men see the obvious. They do not look at what is lying underneath. It's one of your sex's most troubling qualities, in my opinion. It's why we ought to have more female physicians, or any female physicians, really. It would do the field much good to have people who actually bothered to look under the surface before declaring something or someone a lost cause. It would, for example, have saved you rather a lot of time and, dare I say, humiliating examinations and discussions. Peter had no response to that. He was having trouble responding to anything that Miss Bell was saying, in large part because a disturbing feeling was coming over him. One that, though he had not had much experience with the emotion as of late, held an unsettling similarity to hope. I feel hopeful. This woman, this blue-stocking chit masquerading as a physician, has made me feel hopeful. Peter had no choice, really, but to accept her help then. Though he did growl and shout some more. He felt it necessary. He had a reputation as a brute to uphold, and he was loath to let it go so soon. Grumpiness suited him, he thought. At least for now, it does. He watched Miss Bell pack up her things a few minutes later. She smiled at him as she left, a smile that was somehow wicked and innocent all at once. With Miss Bell as his personal physician, however, Peter began to wonder whether he might not always be a brute. Perhaps he could become someone new. Not as cheery as his old self. The war had destroyed all vestiges of insouciant joy in him. But perhaps someone who did not scare maidservants out of service in his household on a regular basis. A gentleman could hope. And so Peter did. Chapter 6. I cannot believe he sent this. As though I am under your thumb, subject to your every whim and fancy. As though I am not my own woman, and could not possibly have the mental acuity to make decisions for myself. Lavinia shouted as she flapping the letter back and forth in her hand. My dear, do keep your voice down. It is not good to grow so agitated after supper. You know it interferes with digestion. Her father said in a tired tone as he ran a hand through his hair. They were once again in the library, enjoying glasses of sherry and whiskey. Her father was on his 3rd glass of sherry, apparently having needed a drop of sweet stuff to calm him after a day of delivering more babies. Lavinia was soothing her anger with whiskey. the fiery liquid doing a delightful job of warming her insides. However, it was doing nothing to calm the ire she felt towards the Duke. A gentleman who until an hour ago she was beginning to think was not nearly so miserable as his actions might make him seem. But father, you must realize how entirely disrespectful this is. To write you a letter asking your permission to allow me to act as the Duke's live-in physician? Am I unable to make such a decision for myself? I can diagnose his nervous disorder and be sufficiently trusted to direct his recovery. And yet I cannot decide for myself where I can and should reside? Such insolence. Such arrogance. But then, what else should I expect from a member of the ton? Lavinia harumphed then, downing her whiskey and setting the glass down beside her with rather more force than she was intending. The smack of the glass hitting the wood below it rang out in the relative silence of the room, earning her a sour look from her father. You must understand, Linny, her father said, using her childhood nickname, no doubt in an attempt to placate her. Gentlemen like the Duke do not think females ought to be independent. Their very existence is based on centuries of primogeniture. Females are, by their very nature, subservient in their worlds. They are for marrying and making babies with, and nothing else. Maybe some embroidery, a little drawing or singing now and then. But little else. No activities that truly challenge the mind. No, Lord forbid they do something that uses their mind. Then they might get ideas above their station. Lavinia remarked with sarcasm. Precisely, my dear. That is precisely it. Ladies are not meant to be intelligent. It is not becoming, and it would give them ideas about equality and natural rights that would only complicate these great gentlemen's lives. His Grace cannot fathom a woman like you, a woman who is intelligent, independent, and cares naught for fashion or sewing, he said, adding, unless, of course, it is the sewing together of wounds. Lavinia giggled a little at that. Her father was a serious man by his nature, but he did occasionally say things that were inadvertently funny. It was one of her favorite things about him. Just send a letter back saying you give yourself permission to move into his residence tomorrow. It will remind him that you are unlike the rest of your sex, and will also allow me to go to bed without first having to engage in correspondence, which, as you know, is an activity I despise. With this, he, too, gulped down his drink, though unlike Lavinia, he set his glass down gently. Good night, my dear. I am proud of you, you know, he said, getting up from his chair and coming over to her own seat. To cure an affliction of the mind is a far less exact science than that of most other forms of medicine. But it is one in which you are eminently suitable. I have complete faith that you can have this Duke walking about within a few months, he said, leaning down and kissing her on the forehead. He stood up, and was halfway across the room when he added over his shoulder, and, perhaps, you can enlighten him to the capabilities of your sex. His set ought to learn that women are not merely baubles to admire. They have brains and brawn, the same as anyone else. Lavinia heard her father chuckling to himself as he closed the door behind him. She sat back in her chair and smiled. She already knew the Duke was uncomfortable with her intelligence. But perhaps, with time, she could teach him that a smart woman was not something to be feared. It was something worth celebrating. I am something worth celebrating. She rose to pour herself another whiskey. After a day with the Duke of Kingwood, she certainly deserved the dram. If that is you, Stevens, with another wide-eyed footman and a plate of biscuits, I vow to throw each and every one of them at your head. Peter yelled through the door, where someone outside had just had the indecency to knock, interrupting his solemn musings. He should have known it would be Miss Bell walking through it instead of Stevens. After all, her letter, which was so dripping with irreverence that it was practically laughing at him, alerted him of her arrival at no later than 11 that morning. And, according to the small clock on the table by his bed, it was nearing 11 o'clock. Miss Bell seemed like the exact sort of woman to arrive at somewhere at precisely the moment she promised. so it ought not to have surprised Peter at all to see her walking through his door. However, it did surprise him. Despite her letter accepting a position as his live-in physician, and the 2 bags of her belongings that had arrived earlier that morning, Peter had still held a fear that she would not come. That she would change her mind. After all, he had been rather horrible to her for the majority of their resignation. First during his fevered delirium and, perhaps even more embarrassingly, while he was perfectly in his right mind. Or as in his right mind as a gentleman with a nervous distemper was capable of being. Yet here she was, striding toward him in yet another hideous frock, this one the color of wet mud. It was loose on her figure, leaving the true shape of her form entirely to his imagination. Not that Peter had imagined her for much. Sleeplessness had colored the previous night, and he had at some point begun imagining what Miss Bell did in her spare time. These imaginings, which had begun their life as short, innocent clips, had gradually turned into sultry, sensual fantasies that would make a woman of pleasure blush. At first, he had simply thought of her walking through one of London's parks, the wind blowing wisps of her blonde curls around her heart-shaped face. Then, it turned into her leaning against one of the trees in the park, admiring a sunset. In this vision, her arms were crossed behind her back, putting what he suspected was a modest but shapely bosom to best advantage. From there, his imagination began to run wild, until he finally ended the night dreaming of sending Miss Bell into such wild pleasure that she could do nothing but shout his name. It was the first time since he'd returned from the war that Peter had even felt such desire. He'd felt numb all over, but apparently all it took was a day in Miss Bell's presence to remind him of the working appendage he had been ignoring these last few weeks. Though it was due to Miss Bell that Peter had spent perhaps his most pleasurable night as an immobile invalid, that the object of his dreams was now striding toward him made things a bit awkward. Because suddenly, Peter didn't feel like yelling at anyone. Suddenly, he wasn't angry. No, instead, he was aroused. Intrigued. By a blue stocking. He added, in case he needed reminding of how very much he had changed. He hardly recognized himself. But with Miss Bell around, he didn't mind the alterations to his person nearly so much. He rather thought he wouldn't mind anything so much when she was around. Miss Bell, however, did not seem to share in his enthusiasm at their meeting again. Indeed, her face was set in a frown, and her finger was poised in the air, pointed at him. The finger began to wag as words tumbled from her mouth. Words that doused whatever fire of desire had begun to build in his loins, his brain, or any other part of his body. How dare you? It is clear that your household has been holding their tongues, but I am under no such obligation. Therefore, I do not mind telling you that you have been a horrible brute to your servants. I have just been informed that you had sent not 1, not 2, but 3 maids home with your temper. And there is currently a footman cowering at the bottom of the stairs, looking like an abused animal. Is this how you treat the people that have been waiting you on hand and foot for the last month? The servants who have been praying for your recovery, doing their utmost to ensure that you are as comfortable and cared for as is possible in your condition? Peter's eyes were fixed on Miss Bell's wagging finger. It seemed a safer thing to focus on, for her honey brown eyes were practically red with rage as she continued to berate him. You will stop this treatment of your servants this instant, or I will quit this house and not return. And I am sure you are well aware by now that there is no other physician who can or will help you. Do you promise to treat your staff with the respect their devotion deserves? Miss Bell asked. Peter was so focused on her finger that at first he did not hear her words. He only became aware that she was waiting for his response when she cleared her throat, rather loudly, and he looked up to find her staring at him menacingly. Yes, I promise, he croaked. I will not mistreat them any longer. Normally, he would not hold with such treatment by a glorified servant. After all, he was a duke. Dukes were meant to be the ones giving the orders. But he suddenly suspected that saying as much to Miss Bell would have her exiting his room with bracing swiftness. Best to agree with her, he thought. It pained him to do so, to so easily defer to the lesser sex of a lesser set. But her presence was, ultimately, beneficial, after all. "Good," she said, lowering her finger. Peter watched it fall to her side, realizing for the first time that Miss Bell had rather delicate hands. All the other physicians he had seen had calloused, gnarled fingers, no doubt the result of grinding medicines, kneading muscles and the like. But whether from youth or the result of hereditary blessing, Miss Bell's hands were pale silk, with long, slender fingers that ended in perfectly rounded nails. They were a lady's hands, better suited to needlepoint than the manual labor of a physician. But Peter suspected that if he paid the woman such a compliment, she would at best accept it grudgingly, and at worst scoff at him for his frippery. "Best keep it to myself, then." Miss Bell gestured for him to sit up and remove his blanket. "Perhaps someday, when she does not distrust me so much, I might be able to tell her without it resulting in an immediate grimace. One can hope." Peter found himself contemplating hope rather a lot in Miss Bell's presence. And he found that he did not entirely abhor the pattern. She rid him of the numbness that seemed to so define him these days. "Perhaps, in time, she can even teach me to feel again." He immediately admonished himself for being such a romantic. Pretty words were for Lord Byron, not dukes. It was Lavinia's third day as the Duke's residential physician when she heard the yelling. For the past few days, the Duke had been making such progress. A thrice-daily regimen of stretching and strengthening his legs had resulted in tingling sensations in his lower calves, which she hoped would in time lead to the return of feeling in his lower extremities. She suspected that what he had needed all along was not more medicines or doctors pinching and poking him, but rather a good, sound verbal trouncing. He had been feeling sorry for himself in his bed, wallowing at his misfortune. It behoved him little to do so. Indeed, what he had needed all along was a strong woman like herself to instill discipline and a lot of hope. Men are rather like children that way, she often thought to herself. They need looking after and coaching the same as any schoolboy. That Peter had also divulged to her that the instance of pain he experienced the other morning with her was not singular further confirmed her suspicions that his was a nervous complaint. His legs had been either numb or in severe pain since returning to war, when, once the gun wound had healed, they ought to have worked nearly as well as before. Certainly the uninjured leg should have retained full sensation and range of movement. But it had fallen lame at precisely the same time as the inured one. Lavinia suspected this was because to men like Peter, unused to adversity, to have one thing go wrong was to have it all go awry. Men like him were not equipped to cope very well with life's hardships. They had not been trained in how to continue on when things got tough. Normally when they had a problem, a servant was there to solve it. Peter had Stevens, James, Hannah, and Cook to look after him, clothe him, wait on him, and feed him. All his needs were met and seen to. But when his body failed him, when he had a corporeal complaint, they could do nothing. Peter had to believe in himself to make a recovery. And if he didn't do that, he would languish in his bed forevermore. But I won't let that happen, Lavinia knew. She was determined to have him up and walking again. After all, if he could feel pain, then he could feel movement, too. His body was still able to send messages from his muscles to his brain. His legs remembered how to move, how to walk. Peter just needed to be reminded that he could do it. That a leg wound wasn't the end of the world. Lavinia needed to sit down and talk with him, to find out why up until now he had been so resistant to recovering. Of course, this was the far harder task. Males in general, and dukes in particular, were not apt to share their vulnerabilities with anyone. Especially women. For all that she tried to coax out his feelings, about his leg, about life after the war, Lavinia had gleaned little. But she took heart that the Duke's mood in general had improved. The servants only slightly flinched when his name was mentioned below stairs. And Stevens had reported that the cook had stopped crying into her stew every night. since his grace was now eating meals consisting of things other than the Philistine offerings of broth and bread he had requested previously. Lavinia suspected the comestible deprivation was a symptom of whatever was troubling him. And while this, like the rest of his mind, was still a mystery to her, she had managed to convince him that the only way he would heal was with plenty of hearty food. "I always thought clear broths and bread were meant for the sick," he had told her the day before, when she was pressing a second piece of gammon on him. "Yes, but that is when you are with fever or cough. Gentlemen like you, who are healthy and trying to regain strength, need to eat foods that aids in those endeavors. And clear broths and bread will not give you the strength your legs need to move again. They will only cause you to waste away," she said, looking pointedly at the Duke, whose jawbone was so sharp that she suspected it could cut glass if given the chance. She and Cook had therefore devised a fattening, strengthening diet regimen of meats, starches, and ale, all of which would give the Duke's body the nutrients it needed to rebuild. Lavinia was hoping to see a gain in his girth and strength within the week. After so long living off next to no food, she was certain his body would delight at the reintroduction of solid meat and vegetables, and absorb as much of it as possible. And indeed, only 2 days in, the Duke was already looking healthier. When she left him earlier that day in the library, he was dressed and reading about the history of Rome with a smile on his face and a cup of tea and a plate of biscuits at his side. This joyful mood must have deteriorated sometime in the last hour, however, for no sooner did Lavinia return from a trip to the apothecary than she was greeted by the echoes of screams heard from above. "What in God's name is going on?" she asked, removing her shawl and draping it on a hook by the door. "It's his lordship and his betrothed, miss," one of the footmen whispered to her. He and a few of the maids were standing at the bottom of the stairs looking upward, clearly trying to discern what was going on. "Get away from there and get back to work. It's none of your business, you three," Hannah, the head of the household, said, shooing the servants away. Hannah seemed, at first introduction, to be a formidable woman who was a stranger to the smile. But Lavinia had learned that with kindness and a little shared whiskey, the woman grinned and gossiped with the best of them. Now, she crooked her finger at Lavinia, beckoning her into the small study where she kept the lists of groceries, salaries, and such information that kept the household staff in working order. "It's his fiancée up there," Hannah said, leaning on her desk and crossing her arms over her chest. "They've been yelling for a good 3 hours. She's mad he's being treated by a woman physician. Last I heard, the Duke was yelling back that none of the men she sent had worked, so he was going for a different approach." Lavinia winced in sympathy for Lady Magdalen. Ooh, what a horrible thing to say. Why do men never learn how to properly argue? Don't they know the woman is nearly always right? It's one of their fatal flaws, Hannah said, shaking her head as a screech sounded from above. "I expect we'll be hearing a slammed door soon, and then the sound of his lordship yelling for Stevens to bring him to his chambers. You're going to have your work cut out for you. Make no mistake about that," Hannah said, looking at Lavinia with pity. As predicted, Lady Magdalen gave a screech that would have woken the dead. It was so loud Lavinia's ears were ringing, and she had to cover them as she left Hannah's room and went to the kitchen. The Duke's shouts, first to Lady Magdalen, and then to Stevens, accompanied Lavinia as she went about making herself a cup of tea. She made one for the Duke as well, slipping a few teaspoons of sugar into the drink. Sometimes it was a devil to get the tea to his grace without him flinging the cup across the room. But Lavinia was hopeful that she, if no one else, could talk sense into him. He seemed to trust her, or had that morning. Now, her membership in the same gender as the lady who had prompted such agitation in him might not work in her favor. He might try to lump her in with Lady Magdalen and scream at her too. But Lavinia hoped not. And if he did, she could always tie him to the bed. Her father always promoted the importance of an alternative course of action, especially with unpredictable patients. and it appeared that the Duke of Kingwood was nothing if not unpredictable. For better, and for worse. Chapter 7. Peter heard the door open behind him. But he did not turn around. Whoever it was would soon glean from his silence and the lack of greeting that he wanted to be left alone. Normally, he would ensure this understanding with the aid of a few select yelled words. Perhaps an expletive or two, but he was too tired to do that. Arguing with Lady Magdalene had sapped all the energy from him, rendering him unable to do little else beyond stare into the fire in front of him. As he sat there, he had begun to contemplate the correlation between the relief he felt and just how awful a person he must be to rejoice in the dissolution of his engagement. Truly terrible, he had just decided, when a small and distinctly feminine voice sounded behind him, accompanied by the click of a door shutting and the subtle rustle of skirts moving. "Your Grace?" "Miss Bell." Of course she would come in here at the exact time when he wished to be alone. That woman had a knack for pressing him, for agitating him. Usually, he bore it willingly, knowing that she was trying to heal him. But right now, sitting quietly in front of the fire in his lonesome was not a medical matter. Rather, it was a personal one, and not something he wanted to share with his physician. This, however, seemed to be of no consequence to the woman, who he could hear making her way toward him with small, light-footed steps. She came into view at his right side, a teacup in one hand and a plate of biscuits in the other. "Might I join you?" she asked, not waiting for his response before taking a seat in the chair at his side. She set the plate of biscuits down on the table between them, then gestured with the teacup. "I've brought you a fortifying brew. It sounded as though you might need it, or at the very least, your voice might," she said with a raised eyebrow that Peter knew was supposed to communicate humor. At the moment, however, he was not feeling particularly able to appreciate jests. But, rather than offering a biting remark that would send her away, he instead simply turned back to the fire. "I am finished with harsh words for the moment. Because your voice is so sore, you're incapable of yelling any," he added, then betrayed his own instincts by looking longingly at the cup of tea at his side. There was steam coming off the top, and the smell of freshly steeped leaves, the slight bitterness tempered by a subtle sweetness Peter knew came from precisely 2 teaspoons of sugar. He had always been of the opinion that true gentlemen did not take their tea with sugar. They did not need a veil of sweetness to cover up the acrid nature of life, nor that of tea. But Miss Bell had shortly rid him of such a notion, for she made the most intoxicating sweet brews which she pushed on him multiple times a day, and which he accepted willingly. Perhaps it was that Peter needed a bit of sweetness in his life. Or perhaps it was simply that he could not say no to Lavinia Bell. But either way, he reached over and took the tea and saucer into his hands before raising the cup to his lips. The first sip was magnificent, a balm to his wounded soul. The hot liquid traveled down his throat and began to mend all the breaks within him. All the sadness, the despair, the confusion and strange relief of the last hour disappeared as he continued to drink. The cup was empty by the time he pulled it away from his lips, and he set it back down gingerly on the table before taking a biscuit, his 7th of the morning. He had rapidly gone from no indulgences at all to multiple sweet treats and the like each day. While this might have distressed him before, he had noticed a less severe look to his jawline this morning. The food was clearly putting meat back on his frail bones, and for that reason alone, he would not refuse it. He was tired of being a rail-thin, emaciated thing. He'd thought it his lot in life after the war, but Miss Bell was making him see that he could one day be the man he was before. Altered, perhaps, due to injury of the mind and body, but strong nonetheless. The strength was what he missed most. "How are you?" Miss Bell asked, and Peter could see out of the corner of his eye that her eyes were cast down toward her hands, assessing the state of her cuticles. He knew, however, that her nails were of no concern to her. She was simply trying to put him at ease by looking away when she asked a question which, despite its simplicity and its brevity, was meant to get to the very soul of him. And Peter happily played straight into her hand, suddenly feeling the need to lay his feelings bare to someone. But most especially to this woman. This woman who seemed to understand, if not his mind, then at the very least his body better than anyone else he knew. I am upset. And also relieved, and tired, and confused, he said before taking a bite of the biscuit. He closed his eyes at the rich, buttery taste. It was Cook's special shortbread biscuits, of which he had tasted a great many in the last few days. But somehow, none had approached the perfection that was now settling in his mouth. This is a biscuit fit for the gods. Peter fell back into its sugary embrace, almost forgetting that Miss Bell was still in the room for a moment as the treat slowly melted away on his tongue. He was reminded of her presence a moment later, however, when she cleared her throat and readjusted her position, resulting in a rustle of fabric as she moved. She was wearing yet another horrible dress, Peter saw now. A brown thing that did nothing to highlight the gold of her hair or eyes, or the freckles on her face. It was a drab brown, but while it was indeed hideous on her, it also had a certain charm. Everything about her was deuced charming, and that was part of the problem. I assume all these feelings are the result of your altercation with Lady Magdalen? She asked. You heard us? Peter said hesitantly. He knew that he and Lady Magdalen had been rather loud, no doubt resulting in half the household hearing the harsh words they shared. But he had not even thought of Miss Bell hearing him acting that way. For some reason, it distressed him to know that she had borne witness to him speaking in such a disrespectful fashion to the lady who, up until half an hour ago, he had been planning to spend the rest of his life with. I believe the whole house heard the two of you, Your Grace, she said. Peter winced, thinking back on all the words that he and Lady Magdalen had exchanged, most of them in anger and many of them in a raised voice that, he realized now, could probably be heard clear across London. He'd known Lady Magdalen to be a spirited sort, but he'd never seen her quite so dramatic before. A good thing I won't have to deal with such dramatics for the rest of my life. While it was convenient to have a betrothed like Lady Magdalen Stewart, Peter was feeling a good dose of relief now that their partnership had been torn asunder. There were other emotions that had been stirred up as well, but relief was the most potent of them all. Am I wrong in thinking that your engagement is no more? Miss Bell continued. You are not. We have severed ties, as it were, he said, and then the whole story poured out of him. It was more words than Peter had spoken to anyone in a very, very long time. But it felt so good to be unflinchingly honest with someone. It felt good, too, to explain his feelings about marriage, life, and Lady Magdalen in particular. To do so to a woman like Miss Lavinia Bell, who Peter knew, albeit begrudgingly, was the most intelligent female of his acquaintance, was a boon. For she more than anyone else would be able to tell him how to heal from such a break. I simply couldn't stand it anymore. He started with a shake of his head. Stand what? Miss Bell asked. The physician's visits. The unfailing hope in her eyes. Her commitment to fixing me, to making me into the man I was before the war. I tried to tell her when I first came home to leave me, but she thought me delusional with pain. And then the physicians started. From all over the continent and the kingdom, physicians came to look at me like I was some circus spectacle. Lady Magdalen was sure that one of them would be able to restore me to my former glory. Peter told Miss Bell, rolling his eyes at the memory. And did you not want to be restored? Peter looked sharply over at her. Of course I did. But I knew it was impossible. I had a lame leg and one that refused to move. There was nothing to be done. And yet you seem to have moved on from that conclusion since I entered your house, haven't you? Peter saw a spark of challenge in her eyes. She had argued him into a corner, and rather quickly, too. Well, yes, but But something must have changed to make you believe that you were capable of recovery. She pressed. Well, I suppose. So, what changed? She asked, raising her eyebrows, making it plain she would not let him get away without an answer. Well, Peter began, then realized that he had begun his last 3 sentences that way. He was already vulnerable. He did not want to make himself seem foolish, too. Starting again, he said, you changed my mind. All those physicians Lady Magdalene sent for made me feel so weak. They proposed these months-long treatment plans with all these tonics and poultices, and it all sounded absolutely agonizing. And they were so willing to let me refuse. One word from me and they practically ran away. Except for the last one, he added. Like you, he told me it was a nervous distemper. He said that I had apparently made up my injury because of some illness of the mind, and that therefore only I could cure myself. At this, Miss Bell laughed. Oh dear, he sounds positively frightful. Indeed, he was. Peter agreed. But how am I so different from them? I, too, devised a treatment regimen, albeit with only hearty food as the medicine and stretches and exercises instead of poultices. Ah, but you did not back down when I resisted. You gave me what for? You stood up to me. And I suppose that was exactly what I needed. You reminded me of the traits in myself I've been missing since the... He stuttered, unable to say the siege. He hadn't been able to say the words since returning home. It was as though his mouth abruptly stopped working the moment the word entered into his mind. The siege, you mean? She said, the word rolling off her tongue with frustrating ease. Yes, exactly. That. I haven't been myself since then. I'd had this great idea in my mind of the kind of gentleman I would be, the kind of duke I would be, once I returned. I would have honor to back up my title. I would have something special about me beyond an accident of birth that gave me all this. He said, waving his hand to indicate their grand surroundings. I would finally be able to be proud of myself. Have you not been proud of yourself before? She asked, looking surprised. No, of course not. Peter scoffed. What is there to be proud of? I didn't earn this dukedom. I didn't earn this land, this house, or any of the others I own. I didn't even earn my reputation. All I've done is continued in exactly the same vein as those gentlemen who came before me. But none of them were in the army. None of them risked their lives for the good of their country. I was going to do that, and set myself apart. But then, after the word stopped him, but this time he plowed on, simply skipping over it. I returned home, lame and having hardly helped anyone. That is not true, Miss Bell said, and Peter saw that she was staring at him with purpose. Her eyes serious as they fixed on his. You helped capture Fort McKinley, and you helped win that siege. Were it not for your efforts with the cannon, Britain would not have gained nearly the advantage it has thus far. You are a hero, Your Grace. Please, remember that. Peter was so taken aback he could not speak. A hero? Me? Surely she must be lying. It cannot be true, can it? You were harmed helping your country. An extremely noble endeavor that sets you apart from anyone else of your set. Not many dukes would willingly walk onto a battlefield and sit behind an iron catapult, lighting fuses that send heavy balls of fire flying in the direction of the enemy. Miss Bell was flushed and breathing hard when she finished, and her voice had raised an octave with practically each word. Peter had never seen her look so spirited about anything, not even when she was admonishing. She's rather fetching like this, was his first thought. His second was of the far more proper variety, and it was of appreciation. How did you know all that? He couldn't help asking. All what? She asked, still breathing hard. About what I did. Back then? About the cannon and all that? I never told you the part I played. I asked Stevens. You were so reluctant to talk about the siege. And I had to get the information somehow. For scientific purposes, you understand? She added. Peter held back a laugh as he nodded. Indeed. But now, back to Lady Magdalen and your argument. What happened? Miss Bell asked ever so casually, taking a sip of her tea. Her eyes looked up at Peter's, and he couldn't help thinking again of just how beautiful and truly confusing she was. Really, the best sort of combination in a woman.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 8. Well, I'm dreadfully sorry that happened, Your Grace. Miss Bell told Peter as she finished her cup of tea. Thank you, Peter said, nodding. He had just relayed the whole drama of the morning, including the delightful insults that Lady Magdalen had thrown at him on her way out the door. Insults like unlovable, gimp, utterly useless, and other such choice phrases a gentleman longs to hear from his betrothed. You will find someone else. Someone who loves you for exactly who you are, she said with force. Peter looked over at Miss Bell with a raised eyebrow. Oh really? Yes, of course. You are an accomplished duke who has risked his life and lived to tell the tale. Ladies of the ton love that sort of thing, I am sure, she said with a wave of her hand. And yet Peter couldn't help thinking that he did not want another lady of the ton. Rather, he wanted someone rather a lot like Miss Bell. Miss Bell dropped the biscuit she had just bitten into on her gown, and as she bent over, she released a whiff of scent that Peter immediately recognized as being a mixture of lilac and lavender. They were his mother's two favorite scents, and she had ensured that every drawer and closet of linen in the house was stuffed to the gills with sacks of the flowers. Peter found himself smiling at the scent, as well as at the memories of his mother that suddenly flooded his mind. Henrietta Cadden, Duchess of Kingwood, had been the kindest, gentlest of creatures. Originally a seamstress, she and Peter's father had fallen in love and, against both families' wishes, gotten married in Gretna Green at a blacksmith's shop when his mother was just 18 and his father 27. Despite the unorthodox start to the marriage, however, Peter's mother had quickly ingratiated herself to her husband's family by simply being herself. She was a kind, amiable creature, could make even the sternest of gentlemen laugh, loved and was loved in return by children, and it was generally agreed that a person was unable to be in her presence without smiling at least thrice in an hour. After bearing her husband an heir, she had gone on to bear 2 more children, a girl and boy. Peter had few memories of his younger brother and sister, for they had died of childhood illnesses not long after their births. And yet even after these tragedies, his mother had remained a wonder. She had thrown herself into charity work, favoring a visit to the local orphanage or hospital over yet another ball or country house party. She had doted on him, helping him learn to read and write, taking him on walks where she pointed out various flora and fauna, including her treasured lilacs and lavender. She was also formidable, unlikely to be swayed by anyone, least of all a gentleman. In fact, Peter realized, Lavinia Bell shared rather a lot of traits with his dear mother. If only Mother could have met Miss Bell. Peter's mother would have no doubt found the female physician a fascinating person, and he could just imagine his mother and Miss Bell spending an afternoon together in the garden, talking about all and sundry while they admired flowers and let the sun dapple golden rays on their hair. But this would never be. Peter's mother was gone now, and had been for a good 7 years now. She had taken ill soon after Christmas the year of his 18th birthday. She was sick for precisely 10 days before succumbing to a mysterious illness that had her bedridden and, for the final 3 days of her life, entirely unable to speak. Peter had been holding her hand when she passed, and had felt the strength slowly go out of her, the light in her eyes leave as she ascended to some higher plane of existence. Your Grace? Don't you think you will find someone else? Peter was so lost in thoughts, memories, and the residual pain of grief and loss that at first he was confused by the words coming out of Miss Bell's plump, pink mouth. What is she talking about? Oh, Miss Bell. You have not the remotest idea of how the Ton works if those are your thoughts on the matter. Are people of the Ton not allowed spouses who love them? Are they not allowed love and affection in addition to familial alliances and an increase in land holdings resulting from marriage? Miss Bell asked, her voice rising with feeling. Well, Peter said, unsure how to continue his thoughts beyond the introductory word. He had rarely seen Miss Bell so ferocious with feeling. Lady Magdalen had looked similarly affected earlier that day, but her appearance had not stirred anything in Peter beyond a relief that she was no longer his. Miss Bell, however, was exceedingly attractive in such a state. Her color was high, her chest heaving with breath, and she was the most striking thing he had ever seen. Were he a stronger man, he would drag her over to him and kiss her, ravish her, exploring the reaches of her mouth and exposed skin until they were both gasping with pleasured breath. But I am not a stronger man, he reminded himself. I cannot even stand on my own 2 feet at present. Well? She repeated, her eyes glistening with challenge. I imagine we are allowed those things. It is not often done, you understand, to marry for those sorts of benefits. But my parents did it, and it worked out rather well for them. Then perhaps that is the sort of union you ought to seek, once you are healed and back out in society. Miss Bell suggested as she stood up. Where are you going? Peter asked with rather more alarm than he had hoped to make known. He was disconcerted by the smile that spread across Miss Bell's face at his remark. I am going to get Stevens, and we are going to carry you to bed. It has been an eventful morning, and now that it is the afternoon, I believe it is time for you to have a nap. You need your rest after so much drama. I will leave you to relax, and then check on you later on, to help you with your stretches, she said, and with that, she turned around and walked out of the room, leaving Peter thinking a few things. Chief among them was that odd thought from earlier, that he hoped his next marriage prospect was rather a lot like Miss Bell. The second time around, this thought was no less shocking, but it also calmed him, strangely. For with a woman like her around, he might just have a shot at the happiness he'd found so easy to feel before his injury. With a woman like Miss Bell around, Peter thought, he might even be able to find love. Something he'd always thought himself incapable of. With Miss Bell, he might be able to have a relationship echoing that of his parents, which he remembered as exceedingly full of love. Often disgustingly so. He laughed to himself as Stevens entered the room and scooped him into his arms, marveling at the idea of wanting to be disgusting. Lord, but what is this Miss Bell doing to me? Chapter 9. Lady Magdalen Stewart was looking at her finger, which was now bare of the gold engagement ring that had graced the thin digit these past 6 months. Magdalen found that she liked the lightness she felt without the ring weighing her down. It had been a distasteful-looking thing, with a strange design that the Duke told her was supposed to make one think of flowers. Magdalen knew that this was the fashion of engagement rings right now. Indeed, 4 of her female acquaintances wore similar rings on their hands, and all waxed poetic about how charming the little trinkets were to behold. But Magdalen did not want what was usual. She had wanted something extraordinary from the Duke to celebrate their union. Something so sparkling and filled with jewels that it could blind someone if they happened to be in a certain light at a certain angle. Instead, she had to settle for the ring the Duke gave her, because it belonged to his mother, and that was somehow important. Magdalen hated her mother, who was a silly and silent lady who let her husband speak for her on almost every occasion. Peter, however, loved his mother, and had told her many stories that made the lady sound positively angelic. Magdalen had found herself growing rather jealous of Peter's good opinion of his mother by the end. Talking about her was, in fact, the only thing that seemed able to make him smile. Magdalen couldn't put a grin on his face. But reminiscing about his mother could have the gentleman smiling for hours. She had done her best to hide her jealousy. But now, she supposed, there was no longer any need for that. She'd made those and other feelings perfectly plain that morning. Indeed, it seemed as though everything that she and the Duke had been feeling, all the thoughts and sentiments they had been bottling up for months like expensive wine, had come tumbling out. It had been distressing, of course, screaming at each other and saying all those horrible things. Magdalen had also found it strangely cathartic. Yelling at His Grace, when she had for so long had to tiptoe around him. An omnipresent smile on her face, a cheering lilt in her voice, was refreshing. She had felt like a shadow of herself these last few months, trying to maintain their relationship when it was so clear he was no longer invested in their union. Her spirit wilted with every visit to the Duke where he seemed not cheered in the least to see her. And today, she'd finally had enough. I deserve to be cherished, not ignored or merely tolerated. She had known this all along. But when His Grace actually visibly winced when she entered the room, she had known that the time had come to end their association. Magdalen had known from the outset that hers and the Duke's would never be a love match. But at first there had at least seemed to be an attraction between them. After he returned from the war, however, that disappeared, as did his will to live. The wincing was the last straw, waking her up to the fact that Peter would never appreciate her efforts to heal him. The fact that he had gone and gotten his own physician without even telling her was proof enough of that. That the physician was a woman was even more of an affront. His Grace had sent countless expensive physicians from the continent away. Yet he was accepting the help of someone whose gender rendered their skills necessarily inferior. It was an insult, and she would not bear it. Which was exactly what she had shouted at him. Along with a few select insults and other grievances she had felt it necessary to air. And now, with her finger bare and her afternoon free, she was rid of Peter Cadden, the Duke of Kingwood. Magdalen was finally able to find a fit, healthy gentleman with whom to start the family she had been so longing for these last few years. She could start going to balls again, start socializing, without the burden of having to answer countless questions about the Duke's health. Most importantly, once she found the gentleman who would be her husband, there would be no reason to postpone their nuptials. Why, by this time next year, she could be wed with a child on the way. What an exciting thought. It was a good thing, really, to be ringless and without a betrothed. Magdalen was quite looking forward to her freedom. Her good spirits and cheer were short-lived, however. Magdalen looked up from her left hand to find the carriage stopped, and her door being drawn open by one of the footmen. She had just alighted the carriage and was about to step through the doorway leading into the house's front hallway when she heard the telltale shout of her father's voice booming down the hallway. She saw the footman and butler flinch slightly, preparing themselves for the onslaught of noise. She sympathized with them, greatly, though at least they did not have to actually converse with her father. She, however, was forced to do so on a regular basis. Carl Stewart, Marquis of Staffwood, operated at 2 volumes. Loud, and louder. Whispering was a foreign concept to him, and Magdalen had early on adapted a particular affinity for silence. No doubt the result of living with a loud brute whose very footsteps could be heard echoing all through the house. Maggie. The gentleman himself shouted, raising his cane at Magdalen. Her father was perfectly able, but liked to carry a cane with him, explaining that it intimidated the servants and staff. They never know when I might make use of it for disciplinary purposes. He often joked, though Magdalen had seen him swat at some of the younger, more inexperienced footmen once or twice. She made certain to always give her father and his weapon a large berth when she could. "Good afternoon, father," she said, taking off her gloves and hat and handing them to one of the anxious-looking footmen, who immediately scurried away, practically sprinting down the hall. He was soon followed by the butler and the other footman, thereby leaving Magdalen alone with her father. "Come, let us go to the morning room and you can tell me of your visit with the Duke," he said, grabbing her hand and pulling her rather roughly toward one of the closed doors on the right side of the hallway. Magdalene relaxed her hand, knowing from experience that doing so lessened the chance of a bruise on her wrist from her father's fingers. Though she was 21 now, her father still treated her like a child in some ways, grabbing her hand to lead her places and ordering her about. It was one of the many reasons why she had decided to marry Peter Cadden, the Duke of Kingwood. Wedding him would get her out of her father's house, out of his grasp, both literally and figuratively. They entered the morning room to find her mother already seated inside, staring off into the distance, her face slack, her eyes glazed over. This was her usual expression, one Magdalene was certain her mother had adopted the day she wed her father. She'd heard rumors of her mother once being a forthright, even happy person from one of her mother's longtime maids. But apparently those traits had disappeared after her wedding to the Marquis, who liked his ladies silent and biddable. Theirs was an arranged marriage that gave her family the money they needed and his the prestige they desired. And it had left both sides of the couple profoundly unhappy. Not that either of them seemed to mind very much. Or at least, neither of them voiced their displeasure. It's the only thing father doesn't voice. To distract herself, she turned to greet her mother. "Good afternoon, Mama," she said, walking toward her and kissing her on the cheek. Her mother flinched at the contact, looking up at Magdalene with a vague smile. "Afternoon, Maggie," she said placidly, glancing briefly at Magdalene's eyes before returning to whatever dot on the wall had thus far commanded her attention. Magdalene hated being called Maggie, a nickname her parents had given her as a child. But she had ceased begging for the disuse of it. It was such an ingrained habit for both her mother and father, to call her Maggie. And so she bore it with as much good humor as she could muster. Which, on a day like today, was not much. Not now that she was going to be forced to relay the tale of her mourning. She knew her father would not be pleased with the dissolution of the engagement. She had thought he would be out when she returned, offering her a few hours to rest and plan what to say. Clearly, her information had been faulty. For here her father sat, his thick, curled moustache fairly quivering in anticipation. "Lord, give me strength," she prayed, hoping that God was willing to hear her pleas, despite a lifetime of neglecting them. "So, tell us. Any improvements in his grace? Is the leg at all better?" her father asked, rubbing his hands together as he took a seat in an armchair next to the settee on which her mother was resting. "Some," Magdalene said, lacing her fingers and planting them in her lap. She knew she would have to be careful with her words from now on. If she spoke carefully, she might be able to prevent one of her father's fits of anger. She didn't have the energy for such an outburst today of all days. The fits always ended with broken crockery, her mother sobbing, and all the household servants too afraid to enter the room to begin cleaning up the broken bits of porcelain. It was a situation best avoided, so Magdalene took a deep breath and girded herself for the conversation. "Some? Well, that is news. Do tell us the details. Is he walking? Has he mentioned anything about the wedding date?" her father pleaded, leaning forward in anticipation. "Oh God, how I wish I didn't have to do this." Magdalene knew her father would erupt when she told him that the Duke was better. Not because of the many physicians that her father had paid to travel to England, but rather to that of an upstart bluestocking with no proper training or expertise. That eruption, of course, only get worse when she then relayed the news that the Duke would be improving without her continued interventions, as he was no longer hers for the marrying. "Well, father, the Duke's usual physician has sent a specialist of his acquaintance to tend to his grace. And it seems to be working. The Duke is able to feel his legs again. And he has begun to put on weight. He seems much healthier, to my own unskilled eye," she said, pasting a smile on her face, which her father immediately copied. Her mother continued staring into space, and Magdalene could not be sure she even heard her. It was no matter, of course. What was said would be repeated over and over by her boisterous father until he was red as a pomegranate. And her mother was napping after a round of energetic sobbing. The only thing she ever did energetically. It was the foundation of their relationship, her father screaming and her mother sobbing then falling asleep. What sort of specialist? Where from? Do we know of him? Her father pressed, a glint of excitement in his eyes. No, I don't think we do. At least, I have never heard of them, she said, deciding to avoid gendered pronouns altogether. Well, whoever they are, if they're able to cure the Duke, that's all that matters. If His Grace is able to walk again, perhaps he'll finally be amenable to setting a wedding date. Her father said, chuckling harshly to himself. Magdalene knew this was the perfect moment to tell her father the news. And so, she opened her mouth and, plastering a contrite expression on her face, said, "Well, father, I do not think the Duke will be amenable to setting a date regardless. You see, he broke off our engagement this morning." In truth, it had been she who had officially requested that they part ways. She knew that the Duke was far too honorable to end their association. It was one of the more infuriating aspects of the gentleman. His sense of honor and duty. It was why he was so reluctant to accept the help of the many physicians her family had paid for. And it was also why he had allowed himself to wither away these last few months. Magdalene knew that he didn't feel he was worth caring for now that he was lame. She knew that, if given the choice, he would choose death over a life with one injured leg and another that simply would not behave as it ought to. Of course, that point was moot now that his wonderful new female physician was helping him back onto his feet. Broke off the engagement? Her father exclaimed, causing her to look back up and meet his eyes, which had narrowed into slits, his normally brown irises looking almost black with rage. "Why yes," she said, hating herself for stuttering. She made a point of always being collected in front of her father no matter the state of his temper. But normally, he was only enraged over trivial matters. Her marital status, she knew, was no trivial matter. This was proven a moment later when her father jumped out of his seat and kicked over the table that separated the two of them. Magdalene saw her mother flinch as the table came crashing down to the floor, one of the legs buckling underneath it. It had been replaced 6 times now, and it looked as though a 7th was looming in the near future. "You must go back to him and beg him to reconsider, Maggie. You know what your union with the Duke means for this family. For me," he said. Magdalene had to bite back the urge to roll her eyes. Of course her father would only think of himself in this situation. No question about how she might be handling the break. What her feelings were. Instead, all that mattered was their reputation, which she knew her father fancied affected him more than either her mother or her. "I cannot, father." He was very much decided. He said he did not want to continue our engagement. I pleaded with him. She lied, accompanying this falsehood with a practiced frown of misery. But he would not be persuaded. "It is done, I'm afraid." Magdalene was expecting her father to continue his shouting, perhaps threatening her if she did not fix the situation. But to her surprise, he merely stomped out of his room. She heard the door to his study slam, the loud noise echoing down the hall. And then she and her mother were alone. "Well, Mama, I think that went rather well, all things considered. What say you to a spot of tea?" Magdalene asked, turning to her mother, who was still quaking with fear. Her mother made no move to accept or reject the offer of sustenance. So Magdalene stood up and rang the bell for the maid. She was going to drink her fill of tea, then retired to her room, to take the most restful nap she'd had since the Duke returned from the war. "I can't wait." Life really was so much better without that pathetic gentleman dragging her down. Chapter 10. Your Grace? Lavinia said, poking her head through the crack in the doorway and looking inside. The Duke was sitting up in bed with what looked like a bit of cake on a plate in front of him, eating with his fingers. "Come in," he said, looking up and smiling at Lavinia. He had been smiling more and more lately, and Lavinia found him even more devastatingly attractive when he did so. It lit up his face, that grin, bringing a twinkle to his eye and making apparent a few truly remarkable dimples in his cheeks. "How was your rest?" she asked as she walked into the room and shut the door behind her. The curtains had been drawn, but the fire was going in the hearth, giving the room a cozy warmth that made Lavinia want to curl herself into bed with Peter. This, however, was a scandalous thought, and she quickly dismissed it. Climbing into bed with a duke. What a preposterous fantasy. But a delicious one as well, her traitorous mind told her as she made her way toward her patient. "It was fine, thank you. I am feeling much improved compared to earlier this afternoon," the Duke told her as he took a bite of cake. "That's excellent to hear. Are you ready to do your stretches, Your Grace?" she asked. Peter nodded, his mouth too full to speak. Swallowing, he asked, "Miss Bell?" "Yes?" she responded. "What say you to using our Christian names? I would very much like it if you called me Peter, and with your permission, I could call you." He trailed off. "Lavinia," she finished for him. "You may call me Lavinia, Peter," she said, a giggle bursting forth at the use of his name. Peter smiled in kind as he took another bite of cake. He had a sheepish smile on his face as he finished it, saying, "God, but I've forgotten how good Cook's lemon cake is. Have you had some?" As soon as he swallowed. "No, but perhaps I will seek some out after the evening meal," Lavinia replied, lifting the plate and starting to pull the blankets off the Duke's lap. He stopped her with a hand on her wrist, and Lavinia looked over to see his eyes gazing at her with a wickedness she suddenly desperately wanted to know the cause of. She found out a moment later, when the Duke took the plate back from her hand and said, "Here. I shall give you a taste." The next thing Lavinia knew, the Duke of Kingwood was bringing a bite of fragrant cake to her mouth, pushing it between her lips with sensual slowness. "Is it sweet?" he asked, his voice suddenly raspy. Lavinia moaned as she chewed, letting the sugary citrus flavor overwhelm her palate. She had never tasted anything so divine in all her life. "A bit tart as well?" he asked, and Lavinia knew he wasn't just asking about the cake. He was asking about her, about whether she might not have a hidden layer to her as well. Something slightly sour and forbidden beneath her palatable exterior. She agreed, chewing slowly, savoring every last bit of the cake. The Duke's fingers had dropped from her mouth to her chest, where they rested on her collarbone. The only bit of skin her dress left exposed. She had never thought the collarbone a particularly sensual place, but she was quickly revising that conclusion now. For just the barest brush of the Duke's fingers on the bone there sent licks of fire down her belly that settled in the very heart of her. That special, secret place between her thighs. She could feel herself growing aroused. Her breath coming faster as she swallowed the last crumb of cake. Suddenly, her stays were suffocating. She couldn't get enough air in her lungs. And her nipples were excruciatingly erect. Every brush against the fabric of her chemise nearly sending her moaning with a combination of pleasure and pain. Her mind was flooded with visions of ripping the clothes from her body. Letting what cool air there was in the room wash over her body. She could already imagine the blissful sensation of goosebumps covering her arms and legs as her bare skin met the air. She could imagine the Duke's searing gaze as he raked over the sight of her naked body. Lavinia wanted that fantasy to come true, more than she had ever wanted anything in all her life. "Lord, but you're beautiful," the Duke rasped, letting his fingers trace lower, until they were skirting the edge of her bosom, just where her nipples were practically screaming for attention. Lavinia waited with bated breath to see what the Duke would do next. And she was not disappointed. His finger found the hard nub of her nipple, peeking out through her chemise and the heavy fabric of her dress. Like no amount of cloth could deter it from making itself known. His index finger skirted over the sensitive softness, and Lavinia released a gasp when he narrowed his finger and second finger, curling the tips around the small circle of pleasure and tweaking. A noise unlike any Lavinia had ever made escaped her mouth, a cross between a laugh and a gasp. It happened again as Peter continued to tweak her nipple, before bringing his other hand up and hastily pulling the fabric of her bodice aside and diving his hand beneath it, where he met with the skin of her breast. Lavinia found herself letting her head tip back as Peter dragged her closer to him, angling her chest so that it was level with his mouth, which connected with the skin of her nipple a moment later. She was powerless to do anything other than submit to him, then, for the pleasure was far too great to do anything else. And she did not want to do anything else, anyway. Lavinia wanted to stand there and let the Duke of Kingwood ravish her chest and the rest of her body in whatever way he liked. She knew that any way he touched her would send similar swoops of excitement through her belly. Peter's mouth traveled to the other breast now, lavishing her nipple with the careful tip of his tongue while his hand tweaked at her other breast, the nipple just this side of sore. Lavinia put her hand on Peter's head, ushering him closer to her skin, wanting to feel his lips pressed tight against her. But then, a knock sounded on the door, and suddenly Lavinia was stumbling backward, one breast still freed from her bodice while the other was barely held in by the fabric. Peter's face was flushed, his breathing erratic as he looked from her to the door. It was clear he didn't know what to do, and neither did she. The knock sounded again, this time accompanied by the sound of Stevens's voice. "Pardon the interruption, Lavinia, but I wanted to see if you would be amenable to helping one of the maids once you are finished with His Grace. She has twisted her ankle on the stairs and looks to be in a great deal of pain." "Why yes, of course. I will come down as soon as His Grace and I are finished," Lavinia said, staring at Peter as she spoke. "Very good," Stevens replied, and then Lavinia could hear the echo of his footsteps as he walked down the hall toward the staircase that led down to the ground floor. Only when the room and its surrounding area was once again silent did Peter speak. Or rather, he guffawed. His laughter rang through the room, growing so fevered that at one point he ducked his face into his hands, muffling his chuckles. "What is it that you find so amusing, Your Grace?" Lavinia asked as she shuffled her breasts back into place and righted her gown. She touched her hair and found her bun had sagged from its pins at the back of her head. She reached down and carefully undid each one, holding the removed pins on one hand as she walked to the table next to his bed. "All of it?" he stuttered, continuing to laugh. "What all?" Lavinia asked as she set down her pins and let her hair out. It felt so good to have it lying on her shoulders, out of its tight bun, but it would not do to go about the house with it that way. It wasn't becoming, and while Lavinia might flout certain societal conventions, she would not go so far as to allow anyone to see her with her hair curling about her shoulders. It made her look a good 5 years younger and a lifetime more innocent, neither of which helped her when she was trying to command respect and obedience from her patients. "Pleasuring your breasts while Stevens and the rest of the house assumes you are in here stretching me. Though in a way, I suppose you did stretch out some of me," he said, and Lavinia looked down and saw that he was right. The blankets between his legs were tented slightly, clear evidence of his arousal. And while she had seen her fair share of male members in her profession, and generally regarded them with about as much fascinating as she did the pigeons that littered the streets of London, now, she found herself blushing like a girl and giggling. This of course sent Peter into another fit of chuckles himself, and soon they were both laughing. Lavinia bent over, clutching her stomach as she tried to catch her breath. When she finally came up for air, it was to find Peter staring at her, all the humor gone from his face. Instead, there was fascination there, and he was gazing at her intently, though not with the heady pleasure of moments ago. Now, it was a gaze of mere appreciation, like one might use for a portrait at the National Gallery. "What are you staring at?" she asked, anxiously lifting her hand to her head to check her hair. Her fingers came into contact with the lion's mane of blonde locks cascading down her chest and back. "Your hair," Peter replied, reaching out and taking a lock between his fingers. Her hair curled at the ends, and he twirled the curl so it wrapped around his finger. "It's beautiful. You're beautiful, especially like this," he said, rubbing his thumb over the lock like it was the most precious thing in the world. "Like what?" Lavinia asked. "With your hair down, your cheeks pink from laughter, and pleasure, and sin. You are always beautiful, Miss Bell, but right now, I think you might just be the most captivating thing I have ever seen." Unsure how to respond to such a compliment, the likes of which she had never in her life received, Lavinia stayed silent. Peter also seemed unsure of what to say. Lavinia could see a touch of embarrassment tinting his cheeks now, as though perhaps he had not meant to be quite so forthcoming with his deepest thoughts. Eventually, when the quiet grew too great, Lavinia straightened and said, "Well, shall we do your stretches?" The next half an hour was spent with little words exchanged between them, other than "Does this hurt?" or "Can you feel anything here?" When Lavinia left the Duke's chambers as the sun was setting through the large window at the top of the stairs, it was with confusion. What had happened between her and the Duke? Was it an isolated incident, or would it happen again? Lord, but I hope it does. Lavinia descended down the stairs, still able to feel the Duke's hands on her, his eyes looking straight through her body to her very soul. Chapter 11. Peter woke up curled into the fetal position, his legs tucked up beneath him. For most men and women of the world, this would not be unusual, but for him, it was a truly miraculous thing. For the last few months, he had been forced to sleep like a corpse, his hands resting at his sides and his legs in a straight line, like guns lined up for fire. He hadn't been able to move in his sleep, to stretch and adjust his position. It was one of the very worst things about his injury, the inability to get comfortable even in one sleep. But last night, that had not been the case, clearly. Peter put his hand under the blankets and felt his legs, something that Miss Bell had encouraged him to do. You cannot ignore them any longer. Touch them, prod them, massage them if you like. They need and deserve your care and attention, she had told him the first day of her treatment. Peter had been reluctant at first, but he'd gradually gotten used to touching his limbs again. He did it a few times a day now, when he was alone, trying to think good, positive things as his palm skirted over the blonde, matted hair of his shins, the finer, down-like hair of his calves. Often, Peter couldn't feel his touch in his legs, but today, he could. And not only that, but, after overly careful movements, he found that he could stretch his legs back out from their curled position. The true test came with his toes, which had refused much of Miss Bell's and his ministrations. They were stubbornly numb, and while they would bend and wiggle if Miss Bell prodded them, Peter had been unable to mimic the action on his own. Now, however, he was able to scrunch them every so slightly, and with that came a satisfying number of clicks, as though his toes were stretching after a long hibernation. And, Peter supposed, they were. He couldn't help the shout of victory that escaped his mouth as he continued moving his legs, swinging his feet from side to side, bending and stretching his knees. Flexing his muscles was still difficult, and he could feel the weakness in his limbs, knew that were he to try to stand, he would no doubt fall over immediately. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he could move. What mattered was that he was not broken, not lame, not immobile. I am getting better, he realized with a smile. One day, I will be able to walk. Even to run. A moment later, a knock sounded on the door, and Stevens entered. Sir? I heard a shout and came to see that all was well, the butler said, peering worriedly over at Peter. All is far better than well, Stevens. I can move my legs. Here, come see. Peter said, not caring that such a command might not be entirely in the realm of the usual interactions of a master of the house and his servant. Stevens hurried into the room, not even bothering to shut the door behind him, a true sign that he was excited. The man generally took his butler duties very seriously, closing doors among them. Look, Peter said, throwing the blankets off his legs and demonstrating his newfound abilities. He was rewarded with the sight of Stevens actually clapping his hands with joy, and beaming like a fool. Your Grace, I have never been so happy. Well done, he exclaimed. Peter echoed Stevens's beaming smile as he wiggled his legs, relishing in the feel of the sheets against his skin. The muscles and bones moving exactly as he told them to. He did not consider himself an overly emotional man. He hadn't cried since his mother's passing. Hadn't even shed a tear after he was carted into the field hospital. And the physician fished the bullet out without so much as a dose of laudanum to numb him. But now, Peter found his eyes tearing up with happiness and relief. He felt strong, able, hopeful. Of course he'd felt hope as soon as Miss Bell was ensconced in his house as his physician. He'd still held doubts about her efficacy. Now, however, he knew the woman to be a true genius of the medical sciences. He would never doubt a person just because of their sex again. The woman herself entered his chambers only minutes later, having been called by Stevens. The butler had opted to flout protocol and instead just shout down the stairs that His Grace needed Miss Bell urgently. I'm here. What is wrong? She asked, breathless as she entered the room. It was clear she'd dressed in haste. Peter could tell she wasn't wearing stays from the way her breasts hung on her chest. And the lush curves he could see peeking through the fabric. Her bun was also not nearly so severe as normal. He was certain that all it would take was an expertly placed hug and those beautiful locks would come tumbling down. Nothing is wrong. In fact, for perhaps the first time in months, something is actually going right, Peter said, beckoning her to his bed with a gesture of his hand. Lavinia hesitated, but Peter could not bear it, and he fairly shouted, "Get over here, Miss Bell." His volume was harsh but his words were jovial, and she quickly walked to his bed. "Why are your legs uncovered?" she asked, gasping when Peter began to demonstrate the range of motion he was now suddenly capable of. "Goodness! You can move!" she shouted, her eyes lighting up with joy. "Your Grace, you can move." She laughed, clapping her hands together and turning back to Stevens, who now looked positively overcome with emotion. "Stevens, did you see? Did you see what His Grace can do?" "Indeed, Miss Bell, I did," he said, his voice rough, almost like he was holding back tears. Peter's own tears had thankfully receded back into his tear ducts the moment Lavinia walked into the room in her rumpled state. He was still happy, overjoyed, actually. But he did not want his physician to see him in quite such a vulnerable state. She might know quite a lot about him by now, thanks to all her examinations and the hours of notes she had taken on his condition and recent past. However, she need not know that Peter was the kind of poor sop who actually teared up when happy. Now that there was a chance of him regaining his reputation as a strong and stable gentleman, he did not want to risk it with such a blatant show of emotion. "This is wonderful," Lavinia said now. "I think in a few days, we should begin walking exercises, Your Grace." "Really?" Peter asked, sitting up. "Yes. The first goal was to get movement and feeling back in your legs. The next is to build up your strength so you can walk. Then, we will move on to running." "So you think I'll be able to do all that, eventually?" he asked. "Your Grace," Lavinia said, a smile on her face that made her look positively angelic, "I think you can do anything you set your mind to. That, if nothing else, is clear now. The power of your mind did this." Let it continue its work. And there is nothing you will not be able to do. Peter would have kissed her for that, were Stevens not in the room. As he was, he settled for giving her his widest smile. And a saucy wink as well, to let her know what he'd rather be doing at that moment. His wink was met with a blush that took over the woman's cheeks, making her look far more innocent than he now knew her to be. Lavinia was in her room, writing down the day's observations and notes, which were far more exclamatory than normal. "His Grace could walk," was repeated on multiple lines, for she could not help shouting about the accomplishment, not even in her writing. She was immeasurably proud of him. She could not imagine what a trial it must have been to wage war in his head, banishing all those negative thoughts that told him he was weak. A waste of a title. But by God, he had waged that war, and won. And his victory was the beautiful moment of two limbs that she knew would one day be nearly, if not just as, strong as they had once been. She had just dotted her fourth exclamation point when she heard the sound of shouting. Immediately, her mind went to Lady Magdalen. But then of course, she was reminded that Lady Magdalen was no longer a part of the Duke's life. And thank heavens for that. With each passing day, she found herself growing more and more attached to the Duke. She had learned that he wasn't the cruel, prejudiced gentleman he had at first seemed. In fact, the last week had shown her that he was a good, kind person. Proud, of course, but also fiercely protective of those he held dear, which, in her observations, seemed to be his household staff. Particularly Stevens and his valet, James. Therefore, she was much cheered now that he was once again mobile. His legs and feet moving more and more each day. Between the stretches and the new strengthening movements she had introduced, Lavinia had high hopes that she would have the Duke walking by Michaelmas. Of course, this would mean that her position as his in-house physician would be over in a matter of weeks. From then on, she would only need to see the Duke once or twice a week to check on his progress. But the very thought of leaving him behind made her throat thick and her eyes burn with unshed tears. The truth, though Lavinia rarely admitted it to herself, was that she was falling in love with Peter Cadden. Had fallen in love, really. She was infatuated with the man who flouted every preconceived notion she had about the upper classes. He'd been curmudgeonly when she first entered the household, of course. And gossip from the servants told her he'd been the same for a month or so before that. But now that she was there, and now that he was regaining his strength and confidence, the Duke was showing himself to be a humble, gracious gentleman. He was not arrogant, did not look down on her or his servants or make much of the difference in their classes. He respected and listened to her, valued her opinion as his friend and physician. In fact, the night before, he had even told her she was the best physician he'd ever had. Would that the Royal College accepted females. He had rued. For if the city is full of women half as clever as you, there ought to be a fair few more female physicians. Lavinia had practically glowed after such a compliment. Not even her father, who she knew both valued and believed in her, had ever said anything of the kind. Indeed, the Duke was a good gentleman. Which was why she rose from her desk, threw open her door and went to see what all the shouting was about. He didn't deserve any more arguments or dramatics. She would see to it that whoever was bothering him was shortly banished from the property. However, when she ascended to the first-floor drawing room, where the voices were coming from, it was to find the door closed and bolted. The door itself was thick oak, but there was a gap at the bottom that allowed Lavinia to hear most of the conversation within. She could hear his calm, pleasing voice being interrupted by what sounded like an animal growling. A moment later, the growling turned into words, which were shouted at top volume. "How dare you do this to my daughter?" Oh dear. It seemed the Marquis of Staffwood was there. And he did not sound very happy. "Lord Staffwood, I beg you, please lower your voice. You will startle my servants if you continue with your shouting," Peter said, trying to keep the exasperation out of his tone. He'd been deep into the history of Rome, and had just gotten to the scintillating section about Mark Antony's marital and sexual exploits when the door flew open and the Marquis strode in. The gentleman's footsteps were so loud it sounded like a stampede of cows entering the room. Stevens had rushed in after, shouting, "My lord, I did not say you were allowed entry into the house. Please, leave this room at once." The Marquis had responded to this command by turning around and spitting at Stevens, before screaming, "Leave us, servant." Peter had nodded at Stevens, who had looked positively bewildered at being treated in such a way. Peter had just begun to admonish the Marquis for speaking so rudely to his butler. But then the screaming had begun, and Peter had struggled to get a word in edgewise ever since. Now, however, the Marquis was taking a deep breath, no doubt preparing himself for another round, allowing Peter to once again plead for him to calm down. "Please, do have a seat and we can talk about this like civilized folk," Peter said, gesturing to a chair by the window of the room. Peter himself was seated in the chair across from the one he had pointed out, his book still sitting on his lap, his index finger holding his page. Images of bringing the book down on the Marquis's head flashed through his mind but were quickly dismissed. He was not steady enough on his legs yet to get the leverage needed for such an endeavor, and besides, it wouldn't do to beat the Marquis, no matter how much his behavior might warrant it. A sigh of relief escaped him when the Marquis collapsed into the chair next to Peter's. But the relief was short-lived. Being seated seemed to allow him to grow, if possible, more agitated. His face went from puce to burgundy, and there was a large vein standing out on the Marquis's forehead as he opened his mouth and continued his shouting. "It is bad enough that you are breaking a promise to marry my daughter," the Marquis said. "That alone will make her the pariah of the ton. Everyone will want to know what she did to make her betrothed leave her, to make him prefer a lack of attachment to a union between two of society's wealthiest and most well-placed families. Now, my lord, I do not think it will make anyone question." Peter began, but the Marquis interrupted him, looking, if possible, even angrier now that Peter had tried to speak once again. "How should you know? You, who hasn't been out in society in months." "I know how people talk, boy," the Marquis barked back. Peter marveled at being called boy, something not even his father had done. The late Duke of Kingwood had felt the address disrespectful and demeaning to his young son, choosing instead to call him Dear Peter, or, in times of great affection, Pete. Normally, he would not stand for such stark impertinence in his household. But Peter knew that any attempts to quell the Marquis, in word or in action, would be futile. He had to let the Marquis get out all his anger. Eventually, hopefully, the Marquis would exhaust himself, not unlike a small child having a tantrum. And then Peter would be able to reason with him. "Did you hear me, boy?" the Marquis asked, and Peter turned to see the Marquis clearly waiting for his acknowledgement. Yes," he said. "Good, because I have plenty more to say." "Of course you do." Peter settled deeper into his chair, knowing that if he was going to spend his afternoon being berated by the Marquis of Staffwood, at least he could be comfortable doing so. The Marquis went on to accuse Peter of being inconsiderate, ignoble, and a myriad of other insulting words that Peter struggled not to let wound him. He knew the Marquis was partly being irrational, but there was also a measure of guilt he'd been carrying in the days since his argument with Lady Magdalen. Though it had ultimately been her decision to cut ties, Peter knew he had driven her to that point. His morose attitude, his lack of affection and, perhaps worst of all, his lack of appreciation for her efforts to heal him had resulted in a distance between them. A distance that had eventually grown so great that not even Lady Magdalen and her determinedly sunny attitude could traverse it. Interrupting the Marquis, who was now off on a tangent about how Lady Magdalen could ever hope to find a match nearly so perfect, Peter said, "I am sorry, my lord. I am sorry for the pain and difficulty this break has caused you and your family. Please know that it was not taken lightly, but rather with much contemplation from both parties. Peter had hoped, perhaps rather naively, that this would quell the Marquis's anger. After all, he was admitting fault, which seemed to be the Marquis's main aim in his tirade. But much to Peter's shock and frustration, the Marquis leapt out of his chair and rounded on Peter, sticking his finger right in his face as he screamed. "How dare you lie in such a fashion? My Maggie would never think to break ties with you. I know it was you who made the decision for her. She has been absolutely dejected these last few days. Why, she hardly comes out of her room. I have not seen her smile since she left your estate. This is your doing. Yours, and yours alone, Cadden." Peter was not in the habit of forcing those of his acquaintance to call him by a particular address. He was more than happy with your grace, Duke, or even Kingwood among his familiars. He did not, however, appreciate being talked down to, disrespected, by a Marquis who was below him in the noble hierarchy. His pride overtook him for a moment, and in that moment, he pushed the Marquis's finger away with such force that the man's arm flailed to the side. "I'll thank you to address me as my status demands, Lord Staffwood. And I also think it pertinent to make plain that I was in fact lying earlier, when I said that the decision to part ways was mutual between your daughter and myself. In fact, it was your daughter who suggested that we break our engagement. I merely agreed with her, knowing she was anxious to marry, and that I would not be willing to do so until I was fully recovered." "Impossible," the Marquis sputtered. "Such slander about my daughter will not be tolerated. Why, I ought to challenge you to a duel for even suggesting a thing." "It is not slander, Lord Staffwood, and if you did challenge me, I would not accept. Challenging a duke who cannot even walk? What would society say about you?" Peter said, knowing he was goading the Marquis, but unable to find the decorum within him to care or cease his teasing. They continued to argue, the Marquis claiming that Peter had ruined his daughter's life, when really, it was clear the Marquis was thinking only of himself and his reputation. Peter continued to plead his case, until eventually it became clear that no truce could be reached. It was dusk by the time the Marquis was led out of the house by a stone-faced Stevens. Peter was feeling absolutely exhausted, far too tired to sit at the dinner table, as he had begun to once again do, now that his legs could hold him. Instead, he took a tray in his room. All the arguing had made him ravenous, and he had eaten his plate clean by the time Miss Bell knocked on his door and gained entry with a brief shout of "Enter!" from him. "It sounds like you had quite the afternoon squabble," she said as she walked in. The first thing Peter noticed was that her hair was down. The golden mane fell about her shoulders and chest, and Peter longed to reach out and once again take one of the strands in his hands and wrap it around his fingers. He could still feel the silk of it on his hands days after he'd first touched it. Could still smell the lilac and lavender scent it carried with it. That same scent assaulted his senses now, and he breathed it in happily. But then his eyes fell lower, and all thoughts of happy memories and scents were gone, because by God, the woman was wearing a dress that was flattering. It was a white and light blue striped thing with a rounded neckline that showed off many inches of her beautifully pale, creamy skin. The dress fit her perfectly, accentuating her waist and bust and flowing gently over her rounded hips. "Your Grace? Did you hear me?" Lavinia asked, her eyebrow quirked in amusement, as though she knew exactly what had distracted him. Peter said, suddenly jerking his head up to meet her eyes. "Oh, yes. Quite the squabble with the Marquis of Staffwood, Lady Magdalene's father. He seems to think I have some deeply malicious plan to bring scandal upon him and his loved ones. Accused me of being the one to ruin my engagement, and did not respond kindly when I informed him that it was his daughter who was the true culprit. Oh dear. How did you end things?" she asked as she approached Peter's bed. Her proximity, combined with her dress, made it rather hard for him to focus on things like forming coherent sentences. So his response came out as a mumble of "well, you know." as one does. He was gratified to hear her laugh at that, though of course, her laughter reddened her cheeks and, if possible, made her look even more beautiful than before. So beautiful that Peter couldn't really help what he did next, which was to pull her by the waist toward him, reach up and cup her cheek, bringing her face down to his. He kissed her then, a soft kiss. No parting of lips, just a sensual press of his mouth against hers. Lavinia made a soft mewling sound, and it was all Peter could do to keep himself from heaving the woman onto his lap and ravishing her, with her consent, of course. He was not a monster, after all. But instead, he broke away from her sweet mouth, keeping his hand on her face as he whispered, "Do you know, if we did that a few more times, I reckon I would be completely cured." Lavinia's cheeks lifted as she smiled at him, a brow raised in false suspicion as she said, "Really? Well then, I shall have to add it to your treatment regimen." The thick heat and tension that had settled in the air between them dissipated as they broke into laughter. Something they seemed to be doing with increasing frequency these days. Peter had spent so many months without laughter, without joy or mirth, that he found himself becoming rather addicted to the sensation of the ache in his cheeks and belly from so many chuckles. And rather addicted to the woman herself. She was unlike any person he had ever known, forthright but kind, clever but humble. She was the exact opposite of the kind of wife he ought to choose for himself, which of course made her all the more appealing. When she left his chambers sometime later that evening, after hours of conversation and more laughter, Peter found himself wishing once again that it was she who would be his next betrothed. Life would certainly be a sight more interesting with her by his side, rather than some uppity maiden of the ton. However, Peter knew she would never agree to such a thing. Lavinia clearly valued her unorthodox lifestyle, and would not want to be saddled with the trappings of a title and all the duties that came with it. Not even if the most important of those duties is simply loving me. Chapter 12. Lavinia's cheeks hurt from smiling so much. 2 days ago, she and Peter had begun his walking exercises, and she had never seen the Duke look so joyous. His feelings were infectious, and now she too found herself grinning like a Punch and Judy puppet. Peter still had a ways to go until he was able to once again walk about the house and the surrounding London environs unaided. However, he was able to walk, and that was more than enough to make Lavinia feel good to her very core. She had cured and treated countless patients in her day, and had never failed to be amazed by the human body's ability to recover and convalesce. However, no recovery had meant quite so much to her on a personal level as Peter's. She knew this was because she cared for Peter, loved him, neither of which were feelings a physician ought to have for her patient. And yet, she did not stop herself from feeling them. Did not try and persuade herself to remain placid and apathetic. To do so would be impossible, in the first place, and in the second, Lavinia didn't want to stop these strong feelings. Though they scared her, they also served to make her feel more alive, more awake than she had felt in years, perhaps in the whole of her life. Peter was breaking down all of her assumptions about the ton and making her see that she could not assume a person's personality and goodness of heart based simply upon their class. She ought to have known this already, of course. She never judged her patients in East London or down by the docks for having less than she. She treated them as they deserved, as humans worthy of health and well-being. But she had not afforded the ton the same objectivity. She could see now how very wrong she had been. Peter was teaching her so much about life and love, and this was, even more than his recovery, was in large part why Lavinia couldn't stop smiling. Her eyes, mind and heart had been opened, and it was a truly wondrous feeling, comparable only to the delight of seeing Peter take his first steps. They had been halting and unsteady, of course. She would have expected nothing more from a man who had not even stood up in nearly 2 months. But gradually, Peter was improving, no doubt thanks in part to the contraption she had fashioned for him. Scouring the texts she had brought with her had afforded her no good ideas of how to help Peter walk unassisted. She knew he would want to practice unaided, for both his confidence and his own peace of mind, and she wanted to make that possible for him. After speaking with Stevens and Hannah and discarding at least 15 ideas, they had finally decided to create 2 small railings which could be fashioned on small, smooth boards that would glide across the polished ground floor of the house, allowing Peter to lean his weight on the railings and shuffle his feet beneath him as the contraption moved forward. The construction of the contraption had, thankfully, been completed in less than a day, thanks to the help of the house's gardener, who was also an amateur carpenter. Peter had tried out the contraption 2 afternoons ago, the day after the Marquis's visit. And now he was able to walk all the way from one half of the house to the other, with rest breaks, of course. The first few hours, he'd been so unsteady she had worried more than once that he would fall on his face. But each time he wobbled precariously, he caught himself, steadying his movements and straightening himself back into an upright, standing position. Lavinia had to force down the urge to clap for him, instead schooling her face into its professional mien and offering him the occasional suggestion or adjustment to his posture or grip. Now, 3 days later, he was steady and erect as he made his way down the hall. When he got to the end, he maneuvered himself around, coming back for her at a slow but steady pace. "How have I done, Miss Bell?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. When alone, he had taken to calling her Lavinia, but out in the main halls of the house where other servants might hear, she was still Miss Bell. But Peter managed to say that title in such a way that it almost felt like he was whispering it in her ear, his lips brushing against the tender skin of her lobe. For the 2 syllables sent shivers all down her spine. "You did wonderfully, Your Grace. You are improving so quickly. I dare say in a week or 2 you might be able to take a walk about the grounds," she said, smiling as she stepped towards the contraption. "Would you accompany me on such a jaunt?" he asked as he let her guide him out of the rails and onto the bottom stair of the staircase. She would ring for Stevens in a minute to take the Duke up to his chambers, but she wanted to talk to him a few minutes more. He would be resting soon, and rather than finding the quiet time useful, as she had her first few days in residence, she now missed his presence, his voice, his laughter. Writing down notes and observations was not nearly so fun as talking to her Peter. "My Peter?" Lavinia was shocked by the sudden possessiveness. Peter wasn't hers, no more than her other patients. And yet, she couldn't help feeling a protectiveness over him, and agreed, too, the need to have him all to herself, so she could learn all she could about the fascinating, handsome gentleman. "Are you all right? You look upset," Peter commented. Lavinia immediately smiled, doing her best imitation of happiness as she laughed and said, "Oh, no, I was just thinking about something I'd read in a text this morning. It contradicted some of my research. I must write to my father about it. Would you excuse me? I'll go ring for Stevens and then retire to my room to send a note to my father," she said, not waiting for Peter's response before fairly running down the hall and down the steps to the servants' quarters. Heat. That was the first thing Peter felt when he woke up. Heat, and an ache in his entire body, legs included, that had him curling himself into as small a ball as he could manage, in the hopes the position might mitigate the pain. It did not, of course. If anything, stretching and rounding his spine, touching his limbs to each other, only seemed to heighten his discomfort. He felt sweaty and clammy all over, like he'd exerted himself and hadn't bathed afterward. But this was not the good sweat of exercise, he knew. It was the sweat of sickness. He was sick, and gravely so. Relaying this information to anyone, however, proved difficult, as Peter found himself falling in and out of a strange half-sleep, half-wakeful state that rendered him mute and unable to open his eyes. He could hear indistinct voices around him, could just recognize the familiar intonations of Stevens's South London accent and Lavinia's comparatively patrician tone, but they seemed a very far distance away. His head ached, pain pulsing just behind his eyes, and when a cloth was applied to his forehead he shrank back, the sudden cool fabric against his hot face only heightening his discomfort. I'm going to die. He'd never felt like this before, not even after being shot. He'd been in pain, then, but it was a focused pain only in his legs. Now, however, the whole of his body was one big ache. And he could feel himself growing weaker with every passing second. Every passing hour? He wondered, unable to recognize the passage of time. He felt like he had been in bed for years. His body slowly rotting away into the blankets until all that was left were bones. Peter could tell he was slipping away, and he welcomed the darkness. In the darkness, he didn't hurt. In the darkness, he just rested and dreamed of what might have been. Of Lavinia, and his mother and father, and the siege, the war. All had happy endings, the polar opposite to the real-life events. Peter liked this space, this liminal state, and so he stayed there, letting the real world fade away as his dreams took over. I don't understand why he isn't improving, Lavinia muttered as paced about Peter's chambers. None of the treatments are working. The emetic, the bloodletting. I even tried saline and antimony wine. Nothing is working. It doesn't make sense. She could hear the exasperation and fear in her voice. The slight quaver to her words, but she ignored it. She was unable to remain calm and professional. Not when the man she loved was rapidly deteriorating from a fever she didn't seem able to cure. It does not seem like the fever from before, Lavinia. The one when you first arrived. It's different. Stronger, somehow. I do not think it's the cold we first suspected, Stevens said, sounding similarly concerned. No indeed, it is not. Colds give their sufferers stuffed noses, coughing, a headache, a slight fever at most. They do not cause their victims to fall into a sleep from which they do not seem able to wake. And they most certainly do not cause their victims to be so hot with fever that multiple changes of bedclothes per day are needed, Lavinia said, pointing to the lump of sheets sitting on the chair by Peter's bed. Stevens had suggested they call a maid to retrieve them. But Lavinia was planning to take them down to the laundry area herself. She hoped that by escaping this room for a little while, her head might clear, and she would be able to happen up the cure for this fever, the likes of which she had never seen. As she descended the stairs to the laundry area, however, she found no solutions, except to send a note requesting her father's presence. Peter's fever had been going strong for 3 days and showed no signs of lessening. If there were ever a time to call for help, it was now. Chapter 13. This is no normal fever, Linny, Lavinia's father told her. He had just finished examining Peter, who was still tossing and turning, lost in some feverish dream that occasionally caused him to moan and twitch. What do you think it could be caused by? She asked, crossing her arms over her chest. She hadn't changed her clothes since Peter first took ill, and could feel the filth and fear of 3 days settling against her skin, making her feel soiled and foul. Still, she didn't want to take the time to go to her room, bathe and dress again. Time was of the essence right now. Peter was growing weaker by the hour. If she and her father did not find the cure to his illness soon, she had a sickening suspicion that he would not be long for this world. I do not know. Are you sure you have used the correct rations in the medicines you have administered? Her father asked, turning to her. Lavinia couldn't hide the hurt she felt at his accusation, and it came out in her speech. Of course I did. Father, you and I both know I can make a saline solution and an emetic with my eyes closed. It's not that, I promise you, she said with a huff. Her father held up his hands in placation. I did not mean to insult you, Linny. I was only asking, trying to eliminate any factors inside the sick room itself. This looks to me like a fever caused by overabundance of some substance. My guess would be poison. Lavinia had been on her way back to the sickbed to mop up the sweat that had collected at Peter's forehead. But now she stopped and turned back toward her father. Poison. But how could he be poisoned? No one has visited the house in She thought back, trying to remember when the various chandlers and grocers had made their deliveries. 5 days. I am not suggesting it was someone from the outside world. In fact, I rather suspect it was someone from inside this house. Her father said. Someone from inside the house? You don't mean the servants, do you? Because father, they are by far the most loyal people I have ever met in all my life. They want nothing but good tidings from their master, of that I can assure you. Even the most loyal of servants can be swayed, my dear Linny. Her father said, shaking his head like he couldn't believe her naivete. But father. She started, but her father was already shaking his head. We need to rule out the possibility. Just like we do when we visit a patient. And connect their symptoms to a range of possible illnesses before eliminating them one by one. Until we know what the patient is actually suffering from. We need to look at this scientifically. Her father said, emphasizing the last word. Lavinia knew why he did it, to remind her that she was the Duke's physician. First and foremost. Robert Bell had never been particularly adept at emotions. Both feeling them and recognizing them. But he had pulled her aside earlier that day and warned her that she was getting too emotionally involved in the situation. She had been crying silently in her room while poring over a chapter on fever in one of her books when her father entered her room, making his presence known with a quick clearing of his throat. Stop crying, he had ordered, and Lavinia had looked up to find him glaring at her with disappointment. I'm sorry, father. I'm just so. She started, but her father held up a hand to stop her speaking further. I do not care what you are just so, child, he said. Lavinia balked at being called a child, and at her father's harsh tone. He was hardly ever so emotional that it bled into his voice. Yes, I am calling you a child, because you are acting like one. You are not that gentleman's lover, nor his friend. You are his physician. You do not get emotional about his condition. You focus instead on the symptoms, finding the cause for them and the cure. Your tears help no one and nothing. Lavinia heard those words echoing in her mind now as she and her father stared at each other. Very well then. If we are to rule out the possibility of poison administered by someone in the house, then we will need to monitor the Duke's chambers through the night. That would be the most likely time for someone to come in and slip him the poison, she told him. Indeed. I will entrust the job to you, since you seem so familiar with this space, he said, administering one last biting remark to her before taking his leave of the room. Lavinia was glad when he left. She and her father normally worked so well together. But it was clear that her feelings for Peter had broken something between them. Therefore, she was relieved when she heard the sound of her father's footsteps echoing down the staircase 10 minutes later. A moment later, she could hear the door being opened for him. And then he was gone. She was not ashamed at feeling more relaxed she felt now that she was once again the only physician in residence. Her father's presence had unnerved her, as had his remarks about her improper relationship with the Duke. Deal with that later, she reminded herself as she, too, descended the stairs and made her way to the kitchen. She would take dinner with the household staff, making what observations she could about each and every member during the meal. Lavinia was hoping that her observations would prove her father wrong, that no one in the household was capable of betraying Peter in such horrific fashion. But to her distress, she found a quivering maid sitting at the very end of the table, moving her potatoes from one half of her plate to the other, her eyes darting every which way. She looked nervous. She looked suspicious. She looked exactly like the sort of person who might be bribed into killing the gentleman that paid for the roof over her head. Still, Lavinia sent up multiple pleas to God that her suspicions not be confirmed. The maid looked so young and innocent, and yet somehow familiar. Where have I seen her before? The answer came to Lavinia just as she was finished the last bit of roast beef on her plate. The maid was the girl she had seen running down the stairs and out of the house from the Duke's wrath weeks ago. Lavinia thought the girl had quit her position, but apparently not. Why would she return to a house owned by a gentleman who had given her such a scare? The maid would have been easy to persuade into hurting the Duke after she herself had been so verbally wounded by him. As Lavinia cleared her plate and left it with one of the girls to clean, she could almost imagine the maid being coaxed back into the house by some dastardly member of the turnout for revenge. Who would want to exact revenge on the Duke was still a question in need of answering, but before Lavinia could attend to that, she needed to ensure that her suspicions were correct. Hiding in the Duke's chambers proved almost too easy. All Lavinia had to do later that night was climb into the wardrobe on the opposite side of the room to his bed and leave the door cracked just enough to see out. She had paced anxiously earlier, waiting for the household to go to bed. She knew that the maid would not be able to abscond without notice until then, but Lavinia had no idea how to entertain herself in the interim. Her mind would not focus on literature, and she knew that reading her notes would only send her to sleep and ruin the whole plan. When the clock finally struck 10 and the household retired, Lavinia was so affected by nerves that she practically ran to the Duke's chambers and jumped into his wardrobe. She was still shaking with fear and anticipation when the door to the chambers opened 20 minutes later, and in crept the petite, shadowed figure of the maidservant known as Leslie. Leslie was carrying a small bottle and a teaspoon in her hands, and her eyes were wide and her steps quick as she made her way toward the Duke's bed. It was clear from the way she walked directly to the bed that she was familiar with the room. Which made sense, of course. She must have visited at least 3 nights by now to poison Peter with whatever was in that bottle. Lavinia watched Leslie remove the cork from the bottle, making a small popping sound. "Do I jump out now?" she wondered, but decided against it a moment later when the maid set the bottle and spoon down on the table by the Duke's bedside. She took a seat in the chair adjacent to the table and wiped her hands on her nightdress. "I'm sorry, sir, but I've got no choice," she whispered, laying a hand on Peter's bed covers briefly before reaching for the bottle and spoon. "Now." Lavinia jumped out of the wardrobe with a cry, her hands raised and her eyes wild. Leslie turned and dropped the bottle, which fell to the ground and immediately burst into hundreds of tiny pieces of glass scattered all about the chair. Leslie put her hands over her face and ducked down, as though worried that Lavinia might fly directly at her face like a bird. If only. Though Lavinia still suspected the girl had been preyed on by someone who took advantage of her vulnerability, she couldn't help feel the unjust urge to scratch the girl's eyes out for trying to kill her love. Thankfully, her good sense kept her from doing so, and instead of scratching Leslie, she grabbed her hands and drew her into a standing position. Then, she hastily tied her hands together with a bit of ribbon she had stashed in her pocket in the event that she did in fact apprehend a poisoner, and needed to detain them while she called for reinforcements. A ring of the bell brought Stevens, still in his butler tail and coat which looked as stiffly starched as they had at 8 that morning. Lavinia didn't have time to marvel at this example of sartorial mastery. Instead, she said, "Ring the constable, please, Stevens. This maid has just tried to poison and kill his grace." "No, please," Leslie shouted, her voice high and squeaky. "Please, don't take me away. I didn't mean it. He made me do it." "Who?" Stevens and Lavinia both asked at the same time. "Him with the bushy beard and the freckled face. Wouldn't tell me his name, but he offered me a year's wages if I helped him. I didn't think he wanted me to kill the Duke, though. Just make him a bit sick for a while," she said. "And you accepted this offer?" Lavinia asked, rage coloring her tone and making the girl shrink back, or at least attempt to, since Lavinia was still gripping the ribbon that tied her hands together. "Yes. My mum's real sick, you see. The surgeon told us she needed a special treatment, and none of us can afford it. She'll die if she doesn't get it, miss. And I don't want my mum to die." So you would have the Duke die instead? Stevens asked, and Lavinia was gratified to hear a similar level of anger in his voice to hers.
No.
I mean,
I don't know,
Leslie said, shaking her head, tears falling from her eyes.
He was very mean to me,
and the man with the beard told me he deserved it.
Said the Duke deserved to die, and me Mum deserved to live. I was so angry at the Duke for yelling at me, and so scared of the man with the beard, that I said yes.
And then he gave me that bottle of poison and said to give the Duke 2 spoonfuls every night for a week.
Leslie said, nodding over her shoulder at the remains of the bottle of poison by the bed.
Man with a beard?
Stevens, have we had anyone in the house lately who might meet with the description?
Lavinia asked, confused. She couldn't recall seeing anyone with noticeable facial hair or a particularly freckled face in the last week. But then, most of her attention had been focused on Peter, first on helping him walk, then on tending to him in his sickbed. Lavinia noticed the color drain from Stephen's face.
The Marquis, he muttered.
Of Staffwood, he clarified to Lavinia.
It's him,
or rather,
his manservant.
He was so angry when he left,
and I spied one of his footmen helping him into the carriage.
The man had the skin of a child who spent too much time in the sun,
but the beard of a man twice his age. I thought it rather odd at the time, but dismissed it. But it's him.
I know it is. So you think it's his butler, rather than the Marquis?
Lavinia asked.
Stevens shook his head. I think the Marquis forced the butler to do his foul deeds.
He's a very rich gentleman, you see.
He could convince anyone to do anything with all the coin in his coffers.
He must have sent the butler to convince our maid to murder the Duke in the Marquis's stead. But of course the Marquis's name wouldn't be mentioned.
So the crime could not be traced back to him.
So it's not my fault, then?
You'll tell the constable it was the Marquis's,
won't you?
Leslie said, but her words fell on deaf ears. Lavinia and Stevens were far too busy contemplating the after-effects of accusing one of the most powerful gentlemen with the most powerful temper of murder.
God help us. A knock at the door sounded. It's the constable. Open up, I say.
Chapter 14.
Magdalene was sound asleep when the banging started.
At first, she thought it only a part of her dream, of the sound of the horses' hooves beneath her as she thundered down the walking trails of Hyde Park. She'd always wanted to ride there, but her father forbid it without a chaperone. And Magdalene positively hated her chaperone. She was an older woman named Miss Paula, who had once been her mother's nursemaid. Miss Paula fell asleep approximately every hour and hated horses with a passion, calling them wild beasts who stole women's virtue and created far more filth than they were worth. Riding with Miss Paula was, therefore, a nightmare. Which is why Magdalene so adored the dreams where she was riding free. She loved the feeling of having no encumbrances or chaperones stopping her from feeling the wind in her hair, the swish of her skirts flying out behind her. But then the banging continued, and Magdalene woke up to find it was coming from the ground floor of her house. There were muffled words being shouted through the door as well, which was rather a rude thing to do at this time of night. Falling back onto her pillow, she assumed that one of the servants would answer whatever wastrel was trying to beg from them at this hour. However, sleep did not return to her, because the door was opened a moment later and she heard the words, "Marquis of Staffwood, come immediately to the ground floor. It is a matter of utmost urgency." That had Magdalene jumping out of bed and shrugging on her robe as she grabbed a candlestick and a match. Her hands were shaking as she struck the match, and she broke two before finally getting the candle lit. She had thought her father had been acting oddly pleased with himself these last few days, especially given the revelation she had thrust upon them the week before. However, she had naively assumed that perhaps one of his investments had returned more profits than he initially suspected, or that perhaps he had a particularly lucky night gambling at the club. Now, however, She wondered whether her suspicions that his happiness was not due to more devious actions might not be true. Magdalene therefore took her time on the staircase, not wanting to confront her family's fate before it was absolutely necessary. Still, the confrontation did eventually come, in the form of her father being held, arms behind his back, by a constable, while a man she quickly recognized as the Duke of Kingwood's butler stood by watching with a deep frown on his face. There was a woman present as well, though Magdalene could not immediately place her. She was wearing the ugliest gown she'd ever seen, and looked as though she had not slept in days. Despite these failings, however, Magdalene could see that she was a pretty woman. Perhaps even beautiful with the right coiffure and dress.
"I didn't do it. You can't prove anything,"
her father yelled in response to something the constable said. As usual, her father was yelling, therefore obscuring whatever it was the constable was saying at a normal volume. "Maggie," her father said, causing the whole party to suddenly turn toward her in unison.
"Tell them I didn't do it."
"Didn't do what?
"What is going on, father?
Why are you being restrained by a constable?
And what is the Duke's butler doing here?" she asked, looking from one agitated face to the next.
The woman seemed to be the most willing to answer, and she stepped forward and around Magdalene's father and explained. "We are here because we have good reason to believe that your father hired a maid to poison the Duke of Kingwood.
His Grace has been bedridden with fever for days,
and has not responded to any of my treatments." "Your treatments?" Magdalene asked, glossing over the fact that the woman had nearly uttered the Duke's Christian name. That in itself was odd, but the use of the word treatments from a member of the female sex was far more so.
"What do you mean, your treatments?"
"Treatments for what?"
she asked, though she answered her own question a moment later.
"You're the physician, aren't you?"
she asked.
The realization had come as she asked the question, resulting in her not being able to lace her words with the appropriate amount of derision this woman was clearly deserving of. Therefore, the woman smiled at her and nodded.
"Yes. My name is Miss Lavinia Bell.
My father is the Duke's family physician, but he brought me in to treat one of the Duke's fevers, and I have stayed on to help treat his leg injuries. He was doing quite well, until..." She trailed off, clearly not wanting to go into much detail about the current state of Peter's health. So this was the upstart blue stocking who thought herself more skilled, more knowledgeable, than all the physicians Magdalene's father had paid good money to tend to the Duke. Magdalene had disliked this woman on principle before, since she abhorred all women who tried to rise above their station. But now that she saw who Miss Lavinia Bell was, she loathed her to her very core. Not only was this woman accusing her father of murder, but she had also been so indecorous as to nearly call the Duke by his Christian name, something reserved for only the most intimate of his acquaintances. Which meant that either the Duke and Miss Bell had managed to get very intimate indeed in the last week or so, or this woman was in love. Magdalene's engagement, or lack thereof, was no longer the only scandal her family had to worry about. If she was not careful, her father would bring true shame on the family, outweighing any that might have come as a result of her now being unwed. "Constable," she said, turning away from Miss Bell and back toward her father and the man restraining him. She gave him her most intoxicating smile, which she knew was helped by her long, dark curls falling over her back and bosom. "I'm sure there's been a mistake. My father is a marquis, well known in society for his charitable endeavors. There is no possible way that he could have had reason or desire to poison the Duke." "Well, miss," the constable said with a distinct Cockney accent, "that's your opinion, but this maidservants say indifferently," he said, and pointed to a small, quivering girl that Magdalene had not noticed before. This was most likely due to the fact that the girl was nearly a head shorter than Miss Bell, who she had been hiding behind. It did not help that her grey nightdress and long, mousy brown hair rendered her almost nearly invisible against the similarly wallpaper of the hallway. And you would listen to a maidservant over a lady of my status? Magdalen asked in her haughtiest tone. If the evidence is there, then yes, my lady, I would. The constable told her. It appears my charms will not work on him. She scrambled to find an alternate way out of the situation that did not result in her father's arrest. Magdalen was about to open her mouth, hoping useful, productive words would come out, when Miss Bell began to speak, effectively interrupting her. Please, Constable. Can you question the Marquis and the servant? I need to find out what sort of poison was used so I can return to the Duke's house and administer a cure. His life is hanging in the balance right now. And here we are wasting time with introductions and frivolous statements, she said, and Magdalen noticed that she looked in her direction when she spoke her last two words. Very well, miss. Getting tired of restraining this old codger anyway, the constable said, and his comment was met with a huff of indignation from Magdalene's father, who had up until now stayed conspicuously silent. So he is guilty, she realized with a sinking feeling. The only time her father ever stayed quiet was when he'd truly run afoul of the law, either of the household, or, very rarely, of the government. God help us and our reputation, Magdalen prayed as she led the constable into the sitting room. I couldn't have done it. I was at the club that afternoon. You can ask the guard at the door of St. Henneman's Gentlemen's Club. His name is Henry. He let me in and directed me to the cloakroom. I was there all afternoon and well into the evening. And what about your butler, then? Stevens asked. Lavinia was glad to see that the constable caught the Marquis's eyebrows as they rose in surprise, a sure sign of guilt if there ever was one. I don't know what you're talking about, the Marquis of Stafford said, sniffing as if the very idea of his butler doing anything untoward was distasteful. Well then, the constable said, standing up and ringing the bell by the door. Why don't we ask the lad ourselves? The door swung open a few minutes later and the Marquis's footman ran into the room, his waistcoat askew and his hair in disarray. You rang, my lord? He asked. Initially, he was looking only at the Marquis, but Lavinia saw his eyes gradually take in the rest of the scene. The constable standing with his arms crossed over his chest and a mean look in his eye, the maidservant, her hands tied behind her back, seated in one of the chairs. And, of course, she and Lady Magdalen watching over the whole proceedings, one with a look of hope in her eyes, the other with one of calculation. The footman began to turn around, no doubt to run. But Lavinia managed to slide toward the door. She grasped the boy about the arm, dragging him back into the room and slamming the door behind him. I'm afraid we need your attendance for just a few minutes longer, she said, before turning the footman over to the constable, who was already striding toward them. It was nearly dawn by now, the early morning light peeking through the gaps in the curtains, and Lavinia wanted nothing so much as a good night's sleep. Of course, she would not allow herself such a thing until the Duke had been tended to. And for that, she needed to find out what poison had been used. So really, this investigation needed to proceed with all expedience. For the Duke's health if not for her own sanity. Thankfully, the footman was generous with his words, expelling the truth so quickly one might think he had been choking on it. I did it, I did. But the Marquis told me to. Gave me half a year's wages to ask around the street until I'd found out the name of one of the housemaids. Told me to get to know her a bit, ask her about her life, her family. Said all servants have something to exploit. The footman said, glaring at his master, who glared right back, though he winced when the constable looked over at him. What did he say to tell the girl? The constable asked. He said to offer her a year's wages for something, and I knew she'd take it for her mum. Told her to go back and plead to be reinstated in her position. And then to slip the Duke a few spoons of arsenic each night until he'd been snuffed out. Though Lavinia could have done without the degrading term for death, she could have kissed the footman for naming the poison so easily. "If you will excuse me, gentleman and lady," she said, nodding at Lady Magdalen.
"I need to go back and attend to His Grace.
I trust, Stevens, that you will see to it that this situation is resolved in a suitable manner?" she asked, turning toward the butler who was sitting on a piano stool, holding his head in his hands. He looked up, his face suddenly 10 years older than it had looked earlier that night, and said, "Of course, Lavinia. Please, go help him. I will make sure this." He paused here, clearly having to hold himself back from referring to the Marquis with a far ruder term than his address. "Criminal gets his comeuppance."
"Splendid,"
Lavinia said, a small but honest smile taking over her face as she made her way to the door. Her smile grew when she closed the door and heard Lady Magdalen screaming, "Dear God, no, anything but that.
"What of our reputation?
Our social standing?" Clearly, the constable was punishing the Marquis and his family exactly the way they deserved. She had greatly reformed her opinion of the ton these last 2 weeks thanks to Peter. Still, Lavinia knew that the Marquis's family were more than deserving of the ire she had previously directed at those of their station. They gave the upper classes a very bad name indeed. So unlike Peter. Just the 2 syllables of his name in her mind had her fairly running down the street toward his estate. Toward home, for it had become so the moment she fell in love with him. Wherever Peter was, that was where she ought to be. She couldn't wait to tell him that, once he was cured. Epilogue.
"And how are you feeling this morning?"
Lavinia asked as she took a seat next to Peter. It had been 5 days since he had woken up from his fever. His anger at the Marquis was paltry compared to how enraged he felt when he had learned just how long he had been ill. What if he never recovered? What if those walks down the hallway were all he was ever capable of? He cared not a fig when he heard the gentleman was awaiting a trial where he would almost certainly be found guilty and thrown in jail. All he cared about were his legs, which did not seem nearly so able as they had been before the fever. But it turned out that Peter's worries were unfounded. For each passing day, his strength returned. His legs still pained him on and off, and Lavinia had warned him that they would not resume walking exercises until he was strong enough to stand up unaided. But he was hopeful. Her presence, her words, made him such. "Good," he said, nodding as he sipped from the tea Stevens had brought for him moments ago. "Any pains?" Lavinia asked. 2 weeks ago, if a physician had asked him such a question, Peter's automatic reply would have been no. But now, he knew the importance of honesty with one's physician. Honesty had allowed him to see himself for the man he was, rather than the man he thought himself to be. Being honest that afternoon with Lavinia, after his fight with Lady Magdalen, had allowed him to realize his strength, his ability to heal and recover and come out even stronger than before. So he answered truthfully. "One," he said, putting his hand over his heart. "Your heart?" she asked, jumping off from her chair and leaning toward him, removing his hand. "Let me hear," she asked, bending down to place her ear over that part of his chest. Peter chuckled, and Lavinia lifted her head, looking confused. "Why are you laughing if you are in pain?" she asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Because it is not a physical pain I am feeling, Lavinia. Rather, it is an emotional one." "I do not understand," she said, shaking her head. "Then allow me to explain," Peter told her, taking her hand and gesturing for her to resume her seat. Lavinia did so, but there was a guarded, almost nervous look on her face, and she was nearly as pale as the horrible beige dress she was wearing. "You are the most interesting woman I have ever met. And that is without including your status as an unofficial physician. You are forthright and obstinate and stubborn and beautiful," he said, the last word causing Lavinia's eyebrows to rise. "And it is because of all those qualities, along with many others that I promised to catalogue in depth at a later date and time. in a more romantic place that does not smell of emetics.
He said. That I would like you to be my wife.
Miss Lavinia Bell, physician extraordinaire. Will you marry me? Peter was then treated to the rare sight of a completely speechless and nonplussed Lavinia. Flashes of happiness, confusion, anger and 1,000 other emotions flitted across her face before a mixture of the first two finally settled on her fine features.
But I am not a member of the ton. I would make a terrible duchess. Have you seen how I dress? She asked, gesturing at her frock.
And my hair?
I do not know how to fashion it in anything other than a bun.
And I would not give up my duties as a physician, you know. Not even if they were scandalous. I won't cease helping the ill and infirm of London. Especially those less fortunate. I've spent too long studying and practicing and... She trailed off when Peter brought her hand to his mouth, placing a soft kiss on her palm. That is all fine, he whispered, forcing her to lean in toward him. I do not expect you to change, nor do I wish you to do so. I like you. I love you. He amended, finding the second statement more fully explained his feelings. Exactly as you are. Though I would not mind you in clothes that more successfully drew attention to the assets which I find most pleasing, he said, letting his eyes linger on her breasts. This earned him a scandalized laugh, but that laugh settled into a happy smile, accompanied by words that warmed him to his very core. All right then. Yes, I will marry you. Lavinia couldn't help the tears in her eyes when she saw Peter standing at the altar. He had worked so hard these last 3 months to gain back his strength. And his diligence with his exercises was something to be admired. Though of course, she was not always able to admire it. As soon as their engagement was finalized, she moved out of Peter's house and back into the one she shared with her father. Her father was not happy about the engagement at first. It was clear that he was mourning the loss of not only his daughter, but his business partner as well. Therefore, Lavinia did all she could to remind him that she was, after all, moving only down the street, and would still be working with him most days of the week. You must understand, my dear Linny, her father had explained one evening while they were enjoying a whiskey. You are all I have left. There is so much of your mother in you. And without you around, I fear I will lose her entirely. I will be a lonely old man, drowning himself in work and books to combat his solitary existence. You will do no such thing. Lavinia had scolded him. You attend plenty of lectures and seminars where there are like-minded people about with whom you can spend your time. And soon, hopefully, you will also have grandchildren to take care of. And everything I have seen of motherhood tells me that I will need quite a lot of familial help if the poor dears are to thrive. This seemed to cheer her father some. And the man leading Lavinia down the aisle had a wide smile on his face rather than the anxious frown that had marred his features when she had first returned home. Of course, lovely as her father's smile was, it was nothing in comparison to the beaming grin on Peter's face as he watched her approach. He looked so solid and strong standing in front of the vicar. His figure put to best advantage in a morning suit that showed off his slim, muscular limbs. His thick golden hair was slightly obscured by his top hat, and Lavinia found herself itching to run her fingers through it. There will be time for that later, she reminded herself, her belly swooping in anticipation of their wedding night. Though she and Peter had shared a few tender kisses behind closed doors, they had gone no further. For he was intent on preserving her virtue until such time when it was his for the taking. When Lavinia finally reached Peter and her father handed her off with a kiss on the cheek, it was to find Peter with a look of similar anticipation on his face. There was so much to be excited about now, so many good things ahead of them. This wedding, this union, was just the beginning. 100 thoughts flew through Peter's mind when Lavinia drew his hands away from his eyes. She had asked him to cover them while she changed into her bedroom finery as she called it. In the last 3 months, he had her outfitted with an entirely new wardrobe. There were functional but attractive day dresses for when she was working. A few evening gowns for those times when her presence at a function was absolutely necessary, and then there was everything else. Sheer stockings so fine they seemed to be made of spider webs, silken chemises and pale peaches and golds that accented her porcelain, creamy skin. Nightdresses made of frothy lace that only just covered her, corsets so bedecked with lace and threaded accents they were practically works of art. Yes, Peter had bought Lavinia a functional wardrobe, as she requested. But he had made sure that there was always something sensual on her person. Something to remind her that she was not just a physician, but a woman. His woman. Therefore, Peter had been rather excited to see what ensemble she would choose for their first night together. And he was not disappointed when he dropped his hands, for there, standing in front of him, was the best outfit of all. Her bare skin. Lavinia was standing before him naked, clothed only in stockings that encircled her curved, thick thighs. She was an erotic dream, and the sight of her made everything in Peter alight with excitement. "Do you like it?" Lavinia asked, sounding nervous. How could she be nervous? She was a vision, the most beautiful thing he had ever laid eyes on. Her body was beyond anything his wildest imaginings could have concocted. She was perfect in every way, and he told her so now, taking her by the hand and tilting her chin up to look at him. "I love it. I love you," he said, before bringing her in for a soft, chaste kiss. He could feel her relax, feel her falling into the kiss, her lips pressing harder against his, begging for entry. He let her in, letting her tongue sweep in and meet his, the contact sending fire right down to his member. He was clothed in a silk banyan, beneath which he, like his wife, was naked. And thank goodness for that, because it allowed him to stretch and lengthen as Lavinia pressed closer against him, stepping into the gap between his thighs until her hips were lined up with his. It was a delicious feeling, holding her so close, feeling her warm skin under his fingertips, hearing her soft mewls of pleasure as he nipped at her bottom lip. "Peter," she breathed, his name such a perfect pair of syllables on her lips. "Take me to bed. I can see that the sight of my state of undress has overwhelmed you," he said, drawing back and shaking his head with a faux frown on his face. "Let me remind you that I am currently sitting on a bed, so we are, effectively, at the bed which you are so desirous to visit." He was teasing her, baiting her, and she rose to it exactly as he wanted her to, a look of faint frustration crossing her face as she rolled her eyes at him. "You know what I mean," she told him, her characteristic raised eyebrow expression glowering at him. "Indeed, I do," he conceded, and with that, he stood up, drew her into her arms, and threw her on the bed. This was partly for her own benefit, to get her to laugh. And he succeeded. But it was partly for his own as well, for being able to pick up his wife and throw her on their marriage bed made him feel strong, capable. And that was exactly what he wanted to feel right before he laid with his wife for the first time. Crawling onto the bed, Peter began to kiss his way up Lavinia's legs, lingering on each curve and dip. She squirmed and giggled as he made his way up her thighs. But her laughter quieted when Peter stopped at the apex of her thighs. When he looked up, it was to see Lavinia with a look of heated anticipation on her face. She was waiting for him, for his touch, his tongue. One of the benefits of marrying a physician was that her knowledge of bedroom exploits was vast. She knew all that went on between a man and woman. And therefore, there were no shocked gasps when he lowered his head and brought his mouth to her center. Only sighs of pleasure. Peter relished the taste of her, the feel of warmth and safety between her thighs. "I could stay here forever." Peter drew his tongue up and down the sensitive nub of her clitoris. But while he knew there would be nights for such happenings, tonight it was about the joining of their bodies. About him burying himself inside her and forever sealing their connection. And so, after bringing his wife to climactic release twice, he prepared himself to do just that. Positioning his hips between her thighs this time. "Are you ready?" he asked. Are you comfortable?
Are you? Peter?
Lavinia interrupted, looking more at peace, more relaxed, than he had ever seen her.
Yes,
My love?
come to me,
She commanded.
He did exactly that,
Slowly bringing himself inside her,
inch by aching inch,
allowing her time and space to adjust to the feel and length of him. Lavinia stayed relaxed, no wincing or discomfort flashing across her face. Instead, that look of peace slowly transformed into one of pleasure as he began to move, finding a rhythm that spoke to both their bodies, that allowed them to sing. And sing Lavinia did, in small gasps and cries of,
"Oh, Peter,"
and more, and faster, until finally she was coming. She squeezed tight around him, her hands digging into his buttocks as she pulled him closer to her, until there was no air between them, until they were skin to luscious, smooth skin. Peter had never felt so accomplished, so victorious, as he did just then, seeing his wife slowly come down from the height of pleasure. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes closed, and there was a satisfied smile on her mouth that he knew he would chase forevermore. It was only moments later that he himself finished with a final thrust, the action pushing them close together again. And then he was slowly relaxing, settling his arms around her, his head in the crook of her neck. "I love you, Lavinia," he whispered in her ear, unable to resist biting at the lobe that was so easily available to him in that position. "And are you, Peter? Now and forever?" She responded, kissing his cheek and wrapping her arms around him. They stayed like that for minutes or hours, it was impossible to tell. Time means nothing when two lovers are entwined, their mouths, hearts and minds as one. Eventually, the candles were blown out, the fire was banked, and Peter curled Lavinia into him, her back to his front. His knees curved to fit hers, his legs relaxing as sleep backed to overtake him. That this was the least marvelous thing to happen all day truly spoke of just how wonderful a life he and Lavinia were going to live. If functional legs that moved as they should could be so easily ignored in favor of the feeling of his wife's body tucked into his. She might have worked miracles on his body, but her very presence in his life was the true blessing. Peter knew that he would never, not for the rest of his life, forget how truly lucky he was to have married Miss Lavinia Bell, physician, Duchess, and most importantly, friend. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.